What's up, Ahmed? Was Lost Unity one of my biggest damage spikes? Um, no. Well, yes, it was a very big damage spike, but there's a lot of damage spikes. Um, um, Before you get the Lost Unity, the biggest damage spike is honestly Curse on Hit flammability with the Mark of Submission. How's it going, Cocoa Cream? All right. You know what happened since last stream? We sold an Explode Body Armor for 200 divs. And then I spent that on a... Now we have Foulborn Headhunter, which is kind of cool. Also, I think Zizarin's doing a dev interview, so we might have that playing as a podcast when that starts. It hasn't started yet, but let me pull that up. You can just listen to that as we play. Okay. Let's see. How do I do this? Excuse me. This isn't working? Why it's not working? Window capture is not capturing it. You're beginning a swap? Nice. That's huge. You stuck at 9 mil? True. Let me just make this from scratch. Do you window capture? Is that how I do it? Okay, let me know if you can hear this on YouTube as well as on Twitch.
Excuse me.
Can you hear Zizarin and the devs talking?
There.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
There. Is that good, chat? And how's Anderson?
Testing.
All good? Both of them?
Honestly, we can even...
Hopefully.
How do I crop this? I want to crop it so I only see their faces.
Okay. We have final confirmation from Vyro, and then we'll start. Vyro, can you message me on Discord if everything's good to go? Bye, Paul.
Oh, that's good.
Good. All right. I think we're just good to start. We're a little bit early. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'll just kick us off with an intro, and then we'll start. Thank you guys so much for joining for All Flame podcast, and yeah, this is actually being scheduled for like a week before launch. So thank you guys so much for joining. I have a bunch of questions prepared, and yeah, I'll start with an easy one.
What do you mean you just have Lost Unity? Lost Unity is the ring.
Build are you guys playing?
Well, yeah, I'm still playing the League. I've been through like 3 builds so far, but all of them on a Scion. So I started off with a Luminary leveling with Frigid Bond and using my Merc as a support. And my plan was once I got to Merc Lab, because the Black Cane node was a bit OP, I'm
Your build of the hive
speccing
is a
right
lot of
into this
damage.
with Soul
It's
Rest.
very good.
So I was doing some Zoomy Volatile Dead cast while channeling build. And then I basically just went into the ship and like crafted for like 3 or 4 days, amassed a lot of wealth, and then I put all of that currency into a Lightning Tendrils build, which is a bit OP. So
Oh, cool.
it's feeling pretty good.
And Octavian, what about you?
Yeah, I'm playing in hardcore trade at the moment. I league started with Fizz Dot and unfortunately died relatively early. I was only in like team 9, 10 maps or something. And then, which is kind of like the worst time to rip. Like if you rip in the campaign, it's not that much time lost. If you rip after you're like level 95, you feel like you finished the build. But I ripped right in the middle there. And then second build was a Tornado of Turbulence Inquisitor. That one got to 97, died last night, unfortunately, on that. And rerolling with Divine Blast of Radiance.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
cool.
they haven't
That's awesome.
completed any maps.
That sounds like a lot of
What
fun.
did you die to?
I died to a. So I was. I wanted to get a bit more like personal experience with it. So I was like farming a bunch of max investment abyss on live, and I was doing a thing where I was taking Pantheon scarabs and using those alongside it because whenever a Pantheon rare spawns touched by an abyss, the rare that the abyss spawns will also have the Pantheon mod. So I'm like, ooh, double value. It turns out Pantheon rares are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they're insane. Actually, I've been like skipping them a lot. Not so much lately, but yeah, they're kind of crazy. Awesome. And obviously, like we are gonna talk about like loot and stuff like that. I know a lot of people watching are very
Sure.
curious about that, but we'll do that in a sec. I have a few other questions first. So a big change that's new: mercenaries were recently added back to the game. I'm playing Illuminary right now, and obviously a little bit of a
Oh my
rough
god,
start, but
no
once you get it
space for the
going,
maps.
really powerful. And I wanted to ask you a little bit if you guys felt like the goal with mercenaries have been met.
I feel like mercenaries are this like very extra for experts playstyle. It's like you go in and you don't really know what you're going to get because you don't know what mercenaries you're going to see.
Yeah.
So it also from a balance side of things, it's like also just an insane amount of variables going on. So it's really just for people who just love like making the weirdest, wackiest builds. And I think in that sense, the amount of like different types of mercenary builds that are possible is like really cool to see. There are some things that I would say I'm not 100% a fan of, like every single build being like a flame link build at endgame effectively, but those are some things that we can like iron out going forward, I'd say.
One of the things I was a little curious about there was particularly the early game Illuminary, and obviously like we see how powerful it gets at the end game, right? We have people literally one-shotting Ubers with it. It gets incredibly powerful. I can like already kill Ubers as
So
well
we can
on
do some
basically
gambling
SSF.
here.
It gets really strong at the end game, so I can understand like some apprehension with buffing it. But one of the things that seems like really tricky, especially for a lot of players, is finding the right mercenary. And a lot of that is because they might have
You have
skills
2
that effectively
points.
brick it. I'm not just talking about support gems, but like sometimes if it has like, let's say Kineticist has Kinetic Bolt, it might spam that a lot more than Kinetic Blast of Clustering, rendering it effectively useless. Would you ever consider like a checkbox to disable a mercenary just to like make it easier to find a functional mercenary while you're still keeping like the quest going for the perfect mercenary and getting that endgame chase?
What do you mean by disable a mercenary there? Do you mean like disable finding a particular kind, or disable a skill, or?
Yes, disabling a skill. So say like
So
in the
Falborn
window, I
has
just
some
say like you're not allowed to
decent
use Kinetic Bolt. Unlearn that move, or just don't use that move.
belts.
I see personally what I really like about mercenaries is the fact that like you're trying to find the
Honestly,
perfect
the
one,
shields are really
and
good.
there's so many avenues. There's so many different variables that go into one being perfect. The right support gems, the right number of support gems, the right skill combination. Like, to me, I feel like that kind of undercuts part of the point of the mechanic. I understand that might not be the most popular opinion necessarily, but like, I find that to be really cool.
So I do agree a little bit there, but the only thing that I disagree with is you're mostly cutting out like the early chase. You're getting a functional one, not necessarily a good one. But there are some that are like effectively bricked where they can't even clear a map. So like if you find one of these that you're disabling a skill, you're still gonna be like chasing that perfect merc. Like you're always looking for like, well, I want greater multiple projectiles and I want returning projectiles. It's just more about getting them to a functional level by disabling, for example, Spectral Helix or Kinetic Bolt, as I gave as an example. You're still going to be having that still. You're still chasing it. You're just like lowering the floor of starting the build, I guess.
So your argument is that like there's too many random variables.
Yeah, yeah, and you're
like,
still
to the point
keeping
where-
all of them at the end game, right? You're still chasing that perfect mark. Like I have a really good one now, and I'm still like thinking like if I get greater multiple projectiles and returning projectiles on this scale, it's gonna be so insane. And right now I have Wild Strike instead of Frostblades. There's still a lot of variables that are super exciting to chase there.
Took 7 helms. How did it? How can
Yeah,
you
I
use
think
more
one
than?
change
You
I would
mean
like to make, I think it would probably be a
like you
330
ran out of
at this point, but
tangibility?
It would be a review of all the supports that
crazy.
have downsides.
Yeah.
Just like, why does Brutality need to have cannot deal non-physical damage on it?
Yeah.
Oh, cannot deal elemental and chaos damage on it.
Mhm.
Like, yes, the player version of the support has
It's
that,
really
but
good,
the
though.
mercenary support
Congrats.
doesn't necessarily need it.
That'd be very cool too. Another thing when it comes to mercenaries too, there are some of them that are just pure death. Like they're like non-fightable. Like the Soul Rend of Reaping, Conflagration, Shield Crush maybe. They're just giga scary. Is that something like? Do you like that there are just insanely one-shotting mercs out there, or would you rather it be a little bit more balanced? Like still scary, but maybe not like you will die if you fight this.
There are outliers that need to be reined in. For sure.
Yeah. It was just like half an hour ago, I was literally nerfing the conflagration one, and I was also going through a few of the other ones that, like, some of the ones that do charge up for an insanely big hit.
Were you able to sell the base, Bob,
very
or was it
high
just
one-shot
wasted?
potential, like
That's
Divine Iron and
really
Freedom
bad
Blow,
luck.
for example, as well.
I think there's a Storm Call
So
one
yeah,
as well.
we're probably gonna rein in a bunch of the skills in a patch this week.
And yeah, if Andrew hadn't mentioned it, that was what I was going to say. There is a patch coming later this week, so
Very cool.
Oh, Bob,
changes
are you
like
using
that will
this?
Be able to make it in.
Very cool.
Yeah,
I'm
and to
actually
be
I
clear,
sold
this
my
will only
Enlighten. I'm
affect
just
the,
using Runegraph the Treachery instead.
combat of the
Mm.
mercenaries.
I don't
you
have
fight.
an
It
Enlighten
won't
on my
affect
character. I didn't
mercenaries
have
that
enough gem
actually
slots.
Are allied to you.
It wouldn't nerf your hired mercenary, no.
Cool. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. It's been super
This
fun
is
to
like
play.
40
And like
chaos
you
or
said,
something.
the
It's really
chase
cheap.
you pointed out is very much there. Like I'm like every map looking for like 4 different mercenaries, right? So it's very cool extra avenue of itemization. Another thing I want to talk about is with mercenaries, there's the combo of the scarabs with like you do the merc scarabs with the anarchy scarabs.
Today, I think
And,
I want to
like,
do some of these
That's something we haven't
challenges.
seen that much of before, right? You have like the wild rogue exiles, wild mercenaries, and like scarabs working together in tandem
We
like
can do
that.
some as we listen to the podcast.
Is that something you want to lean more into, like comboing leagues for like high impact scarab combos like that in the future for like farming?
We're definitely discussing at the moment, like the type of in-game changes we want in 330. And one of those things that we are trying to lean back into is leagues interacting with other leagues in an interesting, organic, ideally way.
Hmm.
So, yes, we're definitely looking at more of these things. They might not necessarily be scarabs, but they could come in some other form.
Oh, that's good to hear. I like
Yeah,
that a lot.
I was sort of worried about that scarab because the thing with mercenaries is that you can see all their items and their skills beforehand. So if a mercenary has a certain dodgy unique or a dodgy skill, then you can be like, nope.
Yeah.
Whereas just sticking a wild mercenary in a
You
map
can buy the juice.
can certainly lead to a lot more like high spike variations. But
Yeah.
if someone wants to risk it, then go ahead.
Yeah, I do like the risk reward there. Obviously, like as a hardcore player, it's a little bit scary, but I think things like that are still very good for the game. And speaking of like good for the game, how do you feel about the implementation of boat crafting? That's obviously been very, very. We've seen a lot of crafting mechanics over the years. Boat crafting, very unique, very interesting.
I'm fairly happy with where it landed. It is obviously incredibly powerful. It's been really fun for me. I don't know why. I'd have to like do some self-reflection to sort of understand why I find this fun. But it's been really fun for me to watch like the trajectory of Deadman's sulfur price in trade leagues, and people being essentially like, oh wait, this stuff is really good, and then the price going from like 2,000 for a chaos to 150 or 200 or whatever it is
Oh, wow.
for a chaos.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I haven't looked this morning, so it may have shifted again. Economies always do, but it's gotten pretty pricey, presumably because it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's extremely.
Yeah,
good.
I've been engaging with the system like a ton this league. I think my general strat was just buying up memory strand items or buying a high level base type and sticking an orb of remembrance on them to add the memory strands. Because those two systems, Ghost Flame Crafting and memory strands, just interact so well together. And you can do some like interesting things where you like even just transmuting the item. If you don't get the certain magic mod you want, you can just scour it and you don't gain any intangibility. And because you're presented 4 options, you can just pick the option that consumes the fewest strands. So it's a way of like preserving your strands for like a much longer period of time as well. I think there's just something about the agency of the crafting that makes it really, really fun. Like feeling you're sort of making a bunch of choices along the way.
Yeah. I mean,
I
it's
mean,
really good in
the-
SSF as well.
Maybe you could take
The
off one
core
of
of the
the
idea was basically just me stealing
battle
something that
cries. I
really
think they
liked from
did some
Hearthstone from
rebalancing
back in
of the
day when I used to play
costs
that. The whole discover
since that
mechanic where
Okay.
like
video
you
came
know
out.
when you're given 3 options of 3 different cards and you pick one, or 3 options of some outcome and you pick one. You know, not that
Ah.
that's unique to Hearthstone.
Do you have the
you know,
Mana Mastery
that's
for
a
12% as
roguelike
well?
classic of pick the best
I don't
of
remember
3
if I took that.
to the point where it's a bit of a trope. But yeah, no, one of the other designers was talking to me earlier and was saying that he
You could
really
also use a
liked
small
it because even if
cluster
you
for mana
fail a craft, if you
preservation.
fail to get what you wanted, like if you exalt slam and none of the outcomes are exactly what you wanted, you still have like the consolation prize of picking the best of the worst.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
still
that's
get to
true.
feel like you have some level of agency.
Yeah. And with how many things will work with it, was there anything like emergent gameplay wise that was sort of like unexpected that you've seen people doing in the community?
What is this?
Um, I'm sure there's examples, but for some reason they're not coming to mind.
It's all good.
I mean, one thing that I don't know if it was unexpected. It was unexpected up until a few days before release when, I got somebody in QA saying like, is it fine that we can do this all flame crafting and then, like Awakener Orb 2 bases together to get a new base and then start over essentially on that new base with one of the items retained?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, sure, cool. That's neat.
Yeah. No, I love that. Very, very PoE. Andrew, any other examples or?
I don't 100% know what everyone in the community is doing, but from my personal end, I just liked how powerful I was just buying items off trade that were like had 3 T1 mods and then just divining them and then reselling them and often throwing a sacred orb or 2 on them as well. I probably spent more divines on rare items this league via Ghost Flame crafting than like any previous league. It's just divine crafting, it's extremely simple and potentially very profitable.
Click the button and click the biggest number.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Divine Roots are really fun with it.
Yeah, I've been re-rolling Pearl of Suatha and I've spent probably like 15 divines through all flame crafting on that ring and never gotten anything good, but I keep going back.
I got Spell Totem and Crit Strike, so I have to make a totem build now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Saw some scarabs.
New things added to the game. Pacts were
What is
recently
a bad
added.
scarab?
What would you say the main goal for pacts were?
What were these?
I'd say the main goal for packs was more just like giving a bunch of different self-cast spell archetypes an in-game scaling tool. So you can see that one was focused around like spell dots and one was focused around like
Yeah, you could leave off
spell
Ancestral
skills
Cry, that'd
and
be
channeling
fine.
skills.
Right.
And like
You'll
a
lose a couple
secondary
strikes or something,
lesser
right?
focus or lesser benefit, I guess, as well, is that like it gives beyond a special reward, and that's something that obviously we've kind of been hammering on about for the past few leagues. Of like every league mechanic should have as many special, unique rewards as it can.
Yeah, I see that. I was wondering, this is a little bit of a hardcore player take, but do you feel like the afflictions are maybe a little bit too harsh? And as an addendum, potentially for hardcore, the Beyond Belt being almost the only way to use it on hardcore?
I think the general idea with the afflictions is by the time you are, or for the packs that is by the time you are using them, you are probably on an in-game build, hence because you find them all at in-game. So a lot of the packed downsides are like, they're not multiplicative downsides, they're all increases. So for example, if you had one that gives, I
Use
can't
these
remember if it's like
defaults.
50% reduced defenses or 25.
Yeah.
The values would have changed pretty close to launch. Then you probably already have like 200 plus defenses already on your build by that point. If you were to take that like very early game, then yes, it would be a much more significant downside. But yeah, the reason the afflictions exist is mainly just the theming is what I like most about them. It's tied into the whole like idea of you're making a pact with an evil beyond demon. You get afflictions within Sanctum as well.
I mean, it also just allows the
We have
packs
items
to
that
be
can be crafted with
kind
this.
of crazy strong with the upsides, right? Like you take away the downsides, and then in order for them to remain balanced, you would have to lower the upsides to the point where they're probably not all that engaging and interesting to use.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly for hardcore, the increased damage taken downside is like pretty crazy. But yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
There is also kind of the note that a lot of the time things are, you know, like we want to design in such a way that we don't make the hardcore experience explicitly worse, but we also don't really design explicitly for hardcore. And I say that as someone who
100%.
plays hardcore every week.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure. I just had to bring it up. We had a lot of early game changes this day with the white sockets and stuff. By the way, big fan of that. Love that. Very great quality of life experience early. And faster attacks was added so that everybody can purchase that after Caged Fruit. I was wondering if you thought about adding more of the support gems early now. I know previously it was like the reason was it would be convoluted for new players and stuff, but there is already a lot of gems available now.
Yeah, I mean this has come up a number of times, and there's like sort of two problems here. There's the problem of for new players, you go talk to the vendor after completing a few quests, and you have like 40 gems that you can pick between. And then for experienced players, you kind of have the inverse problem where they know exactly what they want, and it's not necessarily there for them to take. And those two, that's just a tension that you can't, you know, you go one way or the other, you cause a problem for the other group. So we need to find a solution that's, you know, not just filling the vendor with
my God,
gems
I want
or
more
taking a
sulfur.
ton of gems away. Like we need to find a better solution. And that's just probably going to require more discussion and also, you know, UI implementation, UI art implementation. Like we would want to overhaul the system and not just band-aid fix. Faster attacks being specifically granted felt like, you know, you could argue that that was a band-aid fix. It felt like a very effective and efficient band-aid. Whereas a lot of other ones
There's
are
a
less so.
timestamp in
would
the
say
video
the
put out
change just
today that
stemmed
goes
from,
over the
like,
specters.
4 or 5 people within the company petitioning me to do that change. And I'm like, yeah, faster attacks and faster casting, and they're like pretty fundamental support gems. So I can see an argument for every single class getting access to them.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I just personally feel at this point there's like more gems there than there aren't, so that might even be confusing for new players because obviously a lot of new players
Sure.
do follow guides
I mean,
and stuff too.
So like, this is not a promise of a feature, but this is just to give you an idea of like we have discussed this before, and we do intend to, you know, work on this area of the game. Like we've discussed before, having much more curated quest rewards, essentially, where like when you play the witch,
Yeah.
if you're a new player, and you can opt out of this as an experienced player with like the skip tutorials button. But if you're a new player and you have tutorials enabled, you can like choose, you know, I want to be Chaosy Witch, or I want to be Minion Witch, or I want to be Fire Witch, or whatever. And we'd have like fancy names for all these. And whichever one you select is going to change the skills and supports that are offered to you as quest rewards as you progress through the game. And you can change your track whenever you want. And then if you've selected none of those, you obviously get to see everything. And then at the vendor, you would be able to see everything. Now, there are some problems with doing this. There are some problems with doing this. And we have a design doc. I don't know it all off the top of my head, but there were problems when I was, you know, talking with programming and stuff. So I can't promise this, is what I'm saying. But like, that is the kind of thing we would rather do than just here's everything in the vendor all the time with no other changes.
We potentially could integrate it with the build planner as well, because that does have plans to come to PoE1 at some point. That would probably
Level
the
a
build planner
packed
would probably
skill
get into
gem
the
to
game
20
before
if
the
you can do
system.
that.
Well, I'm glad you guys are looking at it because it does get asked about a lot. It's good. Another thing, I promised to bring this up. The boss HP bar was added to the game, and it's obviously been a few years now. Is there either any improvements
I
coming
released
to
an
the boss
updated
HP bar
video,
or the option to disable it? Depending on what build you play, it does
like day
hide a
2 of
lot of
this
important
league, and
buffs that you
yeah,
might
it's
want to
good.
keep track of.
This one I unfortunately can't really promise anything because this is one of those systems that is present across both games. So I can't really unilaterally say we're going to make this change,
Right.
because I would need to talk to Jonathan and Mark
Yeah.
and make sure they're okay with it.
Yeah, I think I followed up on this because I'm pretty sure you asked this last time we spoke. And yeah, it is basically there's this big buff UI refactor planned,
Should
but
have
it
been
is
20
very
already.
much tied to both games. So it will happen in PoE 2 and PoE 1 probably at the same time at some point.
Okay. Cool.
Should have sold these
The
before I logged
next
off.
two topics is basically going to be we're going to be talking about the league mechanic. We're going to be talking about ground loot and stuff like that. And the league mechanic, really, really interesting. Very clicky. And by that I mean like the stashing process in Voyages. The number one thing that gets asked about is like being able to deposit all and withdraw all. Because even with that, you're still like clicking it into the box. And there's issues with when we have like the box withdrawal box open and our stash that like the affinities don't work. So I'd love to hear you talk about those things because it's a very click intensive league.
So there's a few individual changes that all might. They all individually will take different amounts of time and effort, and so they might come in different patches. Because I wouldn't want to like hold back some
Yeah, it's
QOL
live right
until
now.
all the QOL is ready.
Yeah.
Is the volume good
so
right
what
now?
I
Or
do
should
know,
I boost it?
What I saw QA finish testing last night, basically, is the ability to take all from the voyage loot, the capsule
nice.
on the ship to your inventory.
Yeah.
So that, which was meant to make it into live, but ended up, was meant to make it into the release patch, but ended up having more problems than anticipated,
To do this.
should now be making it into the next patch.
Cool.
I believe we're also, I discussed this with you, right? We're also working on a, so you said you can have your stash open
I
and
won't be up for
the
long.
capsule thing
Yeah.
open on the boat. Having the ability to control click things in with affinity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that is underway. I don't know for certain if that's making it into the next patch. That might be the patch after, but that is underway. What I didn't have underway was the move all
Kirk,
from
I'm gonna
player
do
inventory
a
into the capsule
full
while on the ocean floor.
crafting video on
Is that
but
something
YouTube
I
you'd
can
be
look
open
into
to?
that.
after
Okay,
today's
cool,
stream.
cool. I think a lot of
I
people would
just-
appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know whether that would be a 5-minute fix or a 5-day fix, but I'll look into it.
Sure. Very cool.
Right
Very
before I ended my last stream, I did
Um,
craft my current body armor, so you can
and
just
this will
watch
tie
that
into
VOD
the
if you
league
want.
mechanic too. But ground loot, very, very important thing for the community right now. And we can start talking about like Abyss and Beyond. It
Sure.
feels a little bit like they have a large modifier to less quantity dropped.
I'm gonna do
And
this
loot
really
being in a bit
quickly
of a
right
rough
now.
spot. And the underlying issue is a lot of people feel like the monsters themselves are not our like main source of loot right now. And Abyss and Beyond, especially in the history of the game, have been like very traditional things that we would be juicing and would be really scaling for those loot explosions. So yeah, let's just have a big talk about loot.
Sure. So the first thing that I do want to say is that 3.30 is planned to be a extreme shakeup of the end game. And with that,
Ooh,
we will be working in a lot of changes.
that's exciting.
I don't know. This is a
We just
massive
had a
miasma
rework.
of a topic, and I don't really know the best way to approach it. So I don't really want to be seen to like be trying to dodge this question, but it's more. I want to make sure that I'm actually answering it properly. So yeah, 3.30 will have a huge influence or a huge emphasis on endgame shakeup. We plan to get to as many existing league mechanics as possible and give them all something new, something interesting, something different from before, because one of the problems that we see is that the endgame has just gotten stale. Like the same set of scarabs has been in use for a number of years now, the same strategies, and we've cut away at a few of those strategies because a few of them were overperforming, and it feels bad now to do those strategies in their lesser version because you experienced the greater version a few leagues back or however many. So that's a big part of it. We just need to make things not so stale, and that's the part that's going to take a 4-month development cycle in order to accomplish. The other part of it is more fundamental though, and that is that what the community refers to as tile loot, right? Like an icon of a scarab on a chest, you click it, you get scarabs. has kind of become too much of the primary source of the loot as compared to other things. And we do want to go through, and this is the kind of thing that is like, you just kind of get into the weeds, and you kind of have to get into the weeds because every league mechanic is doing this to some degree or another. Almost every league mechanic, right? And that does exist for a good reason. It exists to be like a floor, like you're going to get at least X amount of stuff per, instance of doing this league mechanic, and that's kind of important. But it's stopped serving that role, and it's become the loot you're actually chasing in the mechanic rather than just the floor of guaranteed X amount of stuff per hour or per instance or whatever.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is kind of return it to its original role, which will mean probably lowering the amount of loot that you're obtaining from those tile systems in places where it's appropriate. This won't necessarily mean every single league with tile loot is getting nerfed. Some are more egregious than others. And then, consequently, raising the other side of the equation and making, loot coming from monsters, however we go about that, there's a million levers and buttons and knobs you can turn there, be more of the actual loot that you're obtaining from combat and from gameplay.
So obviously, like I said at the start of this podcast was planned before the league came out, and it is like wasn't a response to anything. So I'm not necessarily a software blaster myself, but because of that, I made sure that I've like reached out and talked to like Milky, Palstron, Fubgun, and a bunch of people that do that type of content, because a lot of the issues necessarily with like loot and blasting and especially aspirational content isn't as present on hardcore SSF. It's much less of an issue there. So because of that, that's why I reached out and talked to a lot of them. And especially a really good point that Fubgon brought up, that it was like this was actually something I hadn't thought of, because something that's been happening lately is the de-homogenization of loot, right? That started happening around Legion, where around Legion, when it was first introduced, we started getting every league mechanic from every league mechanic, and it was just like, where could you get the most of a league mechanic? That's something we started moving away from. So I've always hailed as a really good thing. But Fubgun pointed out that, for example, the PoE2 core loot drop pool does end up having like a lot of really exciting small moments, like tier 3 Exalted Orbs, even tier 3 perfect transmutes and Augs are like, somewhat exciting. And it has a little bit more of a like nicer randomized pool that we're sort of missing now in PoE 1. And I think that is a little bit of a problem with the dehomogenization of loot. Like Abyss is giving Abyss loot now. Fossils are in Delve, etc. So like before, there were maybe like a little bit more exciting stuff in the core loot pool, right? You can get Fracturing Orbs, you can get Divine Orbs. And there is like a list of things you can get. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and if you have any ideas of addressing the core loot pool, because I like, this was something Fabgon pointed out in his video too, which I thought was very good. The best feeling of Path of Exile is going into a map and not knowing what you're going to run out with. And that feeling is a little bit missing right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And a lot of the changes that we are focused on is moving a lot more chase drops maybe away from certain niche sources and into the core drop pool. So for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but maybe like if the best amulet in the game is a Simplex amulet, then maybe that should just be in the core drop pool, and that is now an extremely chase drop that you can find, rather than being gated by Heist. And maybe Heist, yeah, it still has like replica uniques and other things that can maintain its value relatively.
Yeah, that can seem on the face of it at odds with the philosophy of every league mechanic needing to give a special reward. But what it really means is that the special reward for the league mechanic we need to define the rules as to what that is allowed to be.
Yeah.
So in the Heist case, as an example, the reason why that's a problem is because Simplex amulet existing in only Heist means any amulet that you find outside of Heist, assuming Simplex amulet is the best one, if we're making that ground assumption, any amulet that you find outside of Heist is not competitive as the chase amulet.
I don't think Simplex
Like,
is
it's not
better
the
than
best
this
amulet
unless
that
you
can find.
missed it.
Something like Fossils, I would argue, are probably fine to say in Delve, though, because Fossils just interact with other mechanics. They interact with base types and with, other crafting systems and that sort of thing. So it's not so much that, like, there's not like a gear slot that you can only really get the best version of from delving, right?
Yeah.
Whereas that is kind of the case in Heist. So it's more nuanced than like things should have special reward or things shouldn't have special reward. It's more a question of like what special rewards are fine to give to a league that don't take away from the core loot pool feeling of chasing for the best thing, and it could, some random zombie could drop a mirror,
Yeah,
etc.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's also just getting a higher variety in the number of different like types of item that gives you that dopamine and excitement. I guess like just a tink on your loot filter effectively. Like I think PoE2 does this a bit better with their like tiered raid system, but
Yeah.
it's like a rare item in PoE2 is a lot more valuable because you can't just like scour it and find the perfect base type and then just craft on it forever. But we are actually considering if going towards a more PoE2
I think what he just said
style
means a
loot
normal,
in terms of like
not rare base is
rare
more
items have
valuable.
tiers,
Why does that mean
which
a
we
rare
sort of have
base
with
is
memory
valuable?
strands.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But also, I was also wondering how you feel about the idea of things like map rarity affecting how good like the currency drops you get are. Now the problem there is we'd have to really address magic find, but one of the biggest shames to me in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2 is if I kill like a super rare boss or a super hard boss, which has a ton of item rarity on it, it will never drop you a divine orb. Those or rare and unique monsters in PoE 1 have like 80% less non
Right.
or currency drops effectively. So I think being able to like juice a monster on its quantity axis and rarity axis, and both of those causing you to potentially get more divine orbs is a positive change.
And the reason for this, by the way, for the penalty on currency drops, because this was a huge long discussion, and I only learned the historical reason for it last week when
Storm
talking with
Tainted
Jonathan, who's
Paradise.
Okay.
obviously been at the company a little longer than me. Um, is if you don't have that, then when the rare and if you don't have that, and you also don't have things like rarity affecting currency tiers, etc., then when you kill, say, Shaper or something, he drops like 50 wisdom scrolls.
Right.
Because most currency drops are wisdom scrolls and portal scrolls and transmutes and augments, etc.
Right.
So you would kind of have to do both changes at the same time in order to make
see.
killing a rare and killing a unique feel more satisfying, which is definitely a direction that I would want to go. I'm not saying necessarily that we do that exact change, but I would love to be playing the game in the world where like I kill a unique boss, and the chances that that unique boss drops a divine orb or a chaos or an annul or some higher value currency is like massively higher than that of other monsters, because that just feels intuitively right. Yeah,
Sure.
at least it does to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's something somebody brought up in my chat today too. Is like bosses not dropping gold also can like, if you're a boss rusher, that can feel very penalizing, so because you're still interacting with the game. But I wanted to circle back and talk a little bit about where you're saying about the rarity affecting currency and stuff. And one thing that several people brought up to me was the more currency multiplier on 16.5 maps and stuff like that, which ends up being like almost mandatory to roll. And these sort of like don't work with each other in the sense that you kind of want an 8 mod map, you kind of want delirium orbs on your map, and you also want like more currency multiplier. And obviously like you're not going to be doing a delirium orb after rolling the map and then rolling it and hoping for an 8 mod. The main source of 8 mod maps right now is the Scarab that drops 8 mod maps. And then you're getting a bunch of 8 mod maps, but you're not getting like the good roll. So there's a lot of things that have to like work for this to be like together. So that particular modifier seems to be something a lot of people are quite unhappy with right now when I was like talking to software blasters.
Okay.
They're sort of like at odds
I mean, that's
with each other.
That's fair enough. To me, I see multiple systems that, have tension with one another in the end game as being kind of a good thing, because it means you could choose, to run your maps X way, Y way, or Z way, and you don't,
I like that take by
you
the
don't
dev.
have to engage with every single system in order to.
It shouldn't be so easy
engaging
to
with it
just make the
properly.
perfect juice map so
But
everybody does the same
if
map.
it
right?
is possible to engage with every single system, and it's just annoying to do so, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I think that's like the main issue that a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
brought
guess
up.
it's sometimes people feel like they just need to be doing the best possible thing all the time. So, and doing the best possible thing often means like, yeah, you need 5 delirium orbs, and then yeah, you need to get lucky on your corruption, so it rolls into 8 mod maps. So I think that's just like a player psychology thing, and it's like for us
These
as
are good
designers,
answers.
it's like we do need to decide whether or not
Hey, Zero, how's it
players
going?
should be able to run the best thing every single time. And it's like, yeah, if you're at a certain level of investment where you can just like buy it all off the trade market, then sure. But I think for the average player, I
Put
wouldn't
some
think
merc
that's
things
like a
on.
huge concern.
Well, but I think it is a huge concern because I think without that right now in the current state of the game, like there is not that much juicing from actual monsters. So there's like a
You
disproportionate
did
amount of
nice.
work you have to do to actually drop
Yeah, it's really
anything.
hard
That's
to
like
set up
the
the
main issue.
gemling. Were you
Oh
able to
yeah,
balance
yeah. I
your
think
skill gem colors
that's
as well?
probably a separate issue. Is basically how much should you be able to juice content at the very, very top end, and what reward should you be able to get from that?
And then I guess that kind of comes back to what I said
Nice.
at the top of the discussion, which is that I just feel like we need new cool stuff to solve for people.
Are these
Because
expensive?
this, I'm not saying this isn't a problem, but this is often, you know,
No.
hitting these annoyances from doing the same thing over and over again, and you know, because basically any endgame strategy is going to have some points of friction, and when the complaints start to be like quite specific and hyper specific about certain points of friction, to me that often means like players have done this solved strategy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and we kind of need to give them a new strategy to attempt to solve that has new shiny cool stuff going on, because that's more
The
exciting.
the
right?
overall stream or
Right.
just the?
Well, speaking of like things to solve and stuff,
Are you
when it
sure?
comes to the in-game strategies,
These are pretty
and you were
high
saying
here.
they get tuned down right after the league, and I think there are a lot of strategies that have been in the game that players are like, you get that fun dopamine feeling of like you almost feel like you're doing something wrong, right? I remember there was one strat where like exiles were super fun to farm with like the splitting
It doesn't
exiles and
look
stuff.
like
It was like quite big loot explosions,
it
and you
doesn't
almost
look
feel
like
like
it's
you've
that low
discovered
though.
borderline cheating. Maybe
Like I
later
can
gets
see
changed,
the
or maybe next the changed. But a lot of the time these don't necessarily like get balanced to like being slightly worse. They get like completely cold. Like for example, one farm that like I don't think it works at all anymore, but like the Titanic Blight strategy, for example, like a lot of these strategies aren't like, they're not nerfed, they're not like slightly worse than before. They're like completely not non-functioning as a strategy, right?
well.
So
I
so
do
I
want
guess
my
my
voice to be
question
higher in the
is,
stream.
um, do is the intent to remove the farm
It doesn't look like it's that
entirely?
much louder.
And is it possible to maybe find a way to have the farm still exist, but just at a less powerful level? Because there's a lot of these things that we don't feel like we have right now. Or if we had like 5 or 6 different, like, you know, real endgame farms that you needed juicy characters for, a lot of people would be more happy with like having something to work towards. That makes sense.
I mean, it's maybe not the most satisfying answer, but it is kind of on a case by case basis, because depending on the specifics, you know, you go back to some of these strategies, like things like in Necropolis and Affliction League, and we would have instances, individual instances, where people were dropping 50k, 80k unique items.
Oh no,
Yes.
Necropolis was much higher than that.
I was purposely kind of undershooting because I didn't remember the specific number, but I knew
Yeah.
it was, you know, it was at least that, and like that is kind of obviously wrong, in my opinion, at least. Like, not only just for performance issues and like server side issues, but that means that, you know, you allow that to sit in an economy, and this is something that did occur in those leagues. You allow that to sit in an economy for any length of time, and you get to a point where only the top 0.1% of things that you can drop are worth anything, right? At least for anything that comes from those. You know, I think fossils were still worth something in that league, but that's because you couldn't get fossils by doing the strategy that was absolutely busted. So if you're talking about a strategy at that level, like, yeah, that needs to come down a lot in order to be properly in line with what is okay. But if you're talking about a strategy like the splitting rogue exiles, that, yeah, we may have probably gone a little too heavy-handed on that one, because I don't think it was reaching quite that level, but it was pretty bad.
Well, internally we do have metrics that tell you basically like how many divine orbs dropped in an instance, how many unique items dropped in
Yeah.
an instance. So we can like basically for any given week we can see like the top 50 instances that drop the most unique items, and we can see what we call the recreate data, which tells us what all the map mods, all the scarabs, all the effects that were applied to that map. So we will always know like what the most profitable strategies are internally, so we can like compare them against each other. And so that Excel strategy wasn't actually like it wasn't like magnitudes higher than any other strategy in the game. Like you could do strategies with Legion, you could do strategies with Blight that were also giving you 10k plus uniques an instance. But I think, yeah, we just nerfed that Excel strategy on multiple axes, I think. It was
Yeah.
a little bit. I think there were some, like, I wouldn't say bugs, but like borderline unintended behaviors going on as well. But
Right.
yeah, it's like I said, even though we've like nerfed these strategies in the past, the strategies themselves have basically been the same for many, many years. So I think the main thing also is just introducing a bunch of new, exciting strategies for
Yeah, but
players to like
I
participate in.
I think a little bit of an underlying issue there is like I think some people in the community are starting to feel a little bit like they find a fun strategy only for it to be deleted the league after. So yeah, like obviously we just talked about that. But I have some examples of things that people really liked in the past. Obviously, you said meat sacks was kind of crazy with how much they dropped and stuff. That was a really liked one, even though I totally see the whole community. But obviously, affliction juicing, I want to bring up, and I think what people particularly liked about that was that it really worked at multiple levels. So like weaker characters could start even all the way at tier 1 maps or move up to tier 8 maps. A lot of people were doing that on hardcore. And later you could, in that patch, do tier 17, was obviously like the main pinnacle one. But you sort of like, you got to scale the mechanic and work through it at your own pace, right? So you could keep upgrading your character and eventually like, wow, I started out doing tier 8 maps. It felt really good then, but now I can finally do tier 16s or tier 17s. So mechanic scaling like that was really wonderful. And some quick other examples of things people liked was the enraged strong boxes was like super beloved by a lot of people. Titanic Exiles, Titanic Blight, and the Blooming Scarab. Wrist Scarabs, Evolution Shrine, Alva, Harbinger Juicing was quite popular as well. And the Abyssal Hordes, like the chests that popped out from Abyss. And I think most of... Oh, and crop rotation, there were some scarabs with fun with that too.
Yeah,
And I
Wigner
think
crop
all of
rotation,
these are
rip that.
gone right now. Like, they're not like slightly nerfed. They're just like not really in the game right now. So the main thing that a lot of people wanted me to get across is that they don't necessarily have like goals to aspire to make really powerful characters to then get rewarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is something we intend to address in 3.30. Like, that whole, what I was talking about, I feel like I maybe undersold it. Like, we are going through every single endgame league mechanic and adding something new there, whether that be a complete refresh of scarabs, whether that be a complete, a way that the mechanic fundamentally differently works. Yeah, so like, we are well aware, not that, I'm not trying to chastise people for expressing this opinion. We do want your opinions. But we are definitely aware that like the end game doesn't have enough challenge for people at the very top end of builds.
Octavian's
and
really
it's
good at
particularly for people at the very top end of builds. So that is a problem we absolutely want to address. On the
Blocking in this
affliction
one.
topic, so I
Like,
guess what that
Give a
essentially
respectful
means,
answer.
because unless I'm missing something there, the whole functional behavior of you can start a low juice affliction at lower tier maps and do higher juice affliction at higher tier maps, that is still kind of how it works. But the implication is that it's not rewarding enough to engage with that mechanic.
Yeah,
Right?
like it's nowhere near the same, and you don't have that like Abyss interaction that you had before. Like it's just not there anymore.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that's good to know. We can look into that.
So, and I actually, I think some people were hoping for a miracle fix in 329, and I get that that's not possible. But I have some thoughts on things that I as a player would love to see in 329. Like obviously like some like temporary fixes to maybe like moving some more loot to like specifically the rares in Abyss and stuff. Like that's always a fun thing to do. And I think Abyss can maybe be improved even a little bit more. Like obviously the main things that you added for Abyss this league was box related and pile loot related, right? But another thing that I think I would really like to talk about would be the league mechanic itself. I feel like that is a very fixable thing for this league, and I think there's a few points I want to bring out here, like the border in the voyages. They really give the feeling that you can like find something completely broken, and I actually think there is with like the Divine Orb one. I don't even know if there's a Fracturing Orb one that exists, but like the Divine Orb one where you get like 60 divines. That's super exciting, very very rare. Even if you're re-rolling often, very very rare. And a lot of the other ones feel like they maybe could be more exciting, where
What do you mean is defense
trying
kind of
to
set
find a
for
good
the
way
helmet?
to really like frame this. But when you're stacking up and saving up a lot of the charge, it almost feels like you're able to construct like an illegal voyage, right? Where I can stack, let's say, 40 lanterns or loads of
The
insane
helmet
pack
sounds
size,
good.
insane quantity, insane rarity. Like I feel like this is something like in other aspects of the game with the Rogue Exiles, it almost feels like I get to do something illegal. Now the problem is,
Well,
or
he used the word
another quick
illegal.
example, finding at the very start of the voyage
What was he saying?
something converted to divine orbs, or even early
That's
on
my
finding
YouTube
3 or 4
clickbait.
converted to divine orbs. I feel like I get to do these illegal things, but the illegal part doesn't happen. And that's been really frustrating. Like I maybe find 4 altars,
That's
like
crazy, Slayer.
convert
Congrats.
transmutes to chaos, chaos to divines, and I'm like, this is so cool. This is gonna be sick. And I didn't get a single divine orb. So as to me as a player, it
It's
genuinely
fucking up my
feels like
head.
it
I was
doesn't work.
using illegal.
So I almost feel like I'm only chasing that one mod with rare monsters drop divine orbs, and that one is genuinely cool. But with the way the league is structured, I feel like it's structured to set us up for these sick, unforgettable moments. But it just feels like it straight up feels like it doesn't work. So, like the lanterns, like we've had streamers stack up like 30 plus lanterns, but it's not like it's not crazy. Like that is a lot of
You
work
gotta
to
link
stack
me
those
this
up, but
helmet
it
in game. I
doesn't
don't know what your
really
helmet has.
affect it. You're not getting loot explosions. You're
His
not
Dispels
really
is good.
getting any of
That's
things. I would
fine.
really love that looked into for 329 because I think that could be like game changing. I think a lot of people agree and realize a lot of these are underlying fundamental issues, but these are things that are fixable in 329. Both the moving things a little bit around to rare mobs and abyss and the league mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, I can look into the specific modifiers and make sure that they're functioning. I mean, they did get tested before they went out, but I can double check. I mean, for the altar ones where it's, chance to convert a chaos to a divine, that is certainly possible to get the modifier and then just get unlucky.
When
I have had
Ziz
that
does
happen
these
to me on
interviews,
live.
I just feel like he's reading questions
But
off of
I'll
like
Well,
check
what
the
a
yeah.
spec, make
redditor
sure that
wants
it's
to know.
functioning.
Like,
I'll cheat it in at
do you guys
100%
think this
value
is
and make sure.
actually
Yeah,
stuff
so
that
I
he
have
wants to
I have
ask?
like never clicked the
feel like
altar and had
his
a divine
takes are so
after.
fucking
That's the
bad.
thing. Like it's and I play a lot, right? I am a no lifer.
His take was like,
So that is very
affliction is
frustrating.
not
That's
good
something
enough. That's basically
like
what he was asking for
straight
like
up
5
as a
minutes.
player, I think it's bugged, right? That's my impression as a player with like the
Yeah,
lanterns and a lot of the pack size mobs. So
I mean, maybe the answer is, the altar needs to be rarer, but just guarantee it or something like that, so that when
Yes,
it does
future
show up, you
yes,
definitely feel it.
that
I
would be
guess
great.
Something along those lines.
That'd be great.
this is sort of what I was saying
Pink
before, where
Pantheress pilled.
it's a little bit
What is that?
antithetical. Where if you're juicing the voyage with a lot of like rare and unique monsters, you're getting
These
fewer
interviews
chaos
kind of
orbs.
trigger me. These
So
questions, I don't know.
that
Arguably.
would arguably result in less divine, maybe.
But yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't really feel like rolling them.
Gotta run
Whether
these.
I'm rolling them with like
Vaults of
150
Aziri.
quant and actually rolling them, it doesn't feel very impactful at all, right? It's just it almost feels like nearly all the loot are from the boxes. I think even like this is a bit of a almost bad example, but I think even if you moved all the loot from boxes in the depths in charts and voyages and move them to monsters, and obviously you can still scale and get more monsters and stuff, that alone would feel good. Like right now it's like clicking a box and getting loot. This is not scalable. I'm guessing the boxes aren't affected by lanterns, at least it doesn't feel like it, but almost like moving all that to monsters would even feel good, and then being able to like really juice
the
like
Quite
way more
hard to
pack
balance
size,
it to
way
move it to
more
monsters.
rares.
The drops from like a sunken loot would be scaled by area quantity, but not by player quantity.
Right. So the lanterns are player quantity.
The golden lanterns are a stat on the player, yes. So those wouldn't scale to a sunken loot. But if you had 100% increased quantity on your chart, that would scale to sunken loot.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it definitely does feel a little bit frustrating because it feels like the league mechanic is so close to being so sick. Maybe let the lanterns scale the boxes as well if there's going to be the loot from the boxes. But I would personally love to see, like, it's an RPG. I want to kill monsters for loot. I don't want to just like the anchor fields are exciting, but it feels like almost all loot in the league mechanic is from the boxes. I would love to see more monster related loot in the league mechanic.
Noted.
Awesome. Another thing I was
Octavian is
curious
just so
about,
good at answering.
I
Holy
really
shit,
like
I
the
can't
border
believe it.
mechanic. I think it's very exciting. Is that something you would think about adding more modifiers to, like more exciting ones, even more rare ones that will come up? Because I really like the entire border thing. It's quite neat.
I mean, were the mechanic to go core, I would probably want to. Yeah, I'd like to do more of them.
Mhm.
I think it's something like 50-ish different outcomes right now,
Yeah.
which sounds like a decent amount, but when you consider you see 9 per reroll,
Mhm.
it might be closer to 60. But when you see
Yeah.
9 per reroll, yeah, it just isn't tons. So I would love to add more, but that would probably be something we do if the mechanic were to go core.
Okay. Cool. I really like the mechanic, by the way. Like, it's just some frustrations with the boxes and stuff, but like it's actually really fun to engage with. I do want to compliment a little bit with when I saw the mechanic. I'm traditionally someone that I don't like necessarily being pulled out of the map and stuff and like doing different things. And I've been really positively surprised how like snappy and fun it is. The only thing that I sometimes maybe want would be like going straight from one depth to another.
So do 6
But
of these? That's
it's
annoying.
very, very snappy and nice. I like that part.
I I appreciate that.
I'm not
Unrelated
gonna
on a
flick your
tangent
Pro
because you
Ninja
just
link if that's what you're
you said
asking.
out of map. I do want to.
I
Obviously, I
don't have
can't really
YouTube
give
chat
details,
open. I
but
can't
we have
click your
determined the
links.
next league mechanic, and it will be in map,
Nice.
no loading screens, um,
Oh, he's teasing the
and
next
it will
mechanic.
be pertaining to juicing monsters.
I was about to ask, is the
Nice.
joke,
So
does it contain boxes? Awesome.
not planned to yet.
Very cool, very cool.
Obviously, we're 4 months ish.
Yeah.
We haven't
What is the
gotten to release
Omnitech? I
date
don't
yet, but usually cadence of
remember
about
what
4 months.
that one
So
is.
we're pretty
What
far
map is that?
from release, at least pretty far
Oh,
for us.
that's
So things
the
can change, but it will definitely not be
lava.
out of map, and it will definitely not include loading screens because those. I mean, I play every league for
Okay.
as many hours as I can fit between
Yeah.
my day job here at the office, and those are things that frustrate me at this point. So
Well, awesome. Well, those were some pretty big issues. So, like I said, would love to see some 329 changes for that. Totally understand a lot of the overarching issues are 330 fixes. But that's cool. I think I've mentioned most things there, or a lot of things. Um, I do want to circle back to one more thing. How like much work, or rather, how much should the player be able to scale the character to be able to do those aspirational changes? Like, how do you feel about those farms in the game? Because there's a little bit of if you make it too much that you like need to scale your character to be able to handle the crazy meat sacks and stuff, that almost becomes the norm. I just want to hear, how do you feel those aspirational farms fit in the
Yeah, I
game?
can't click that.
I think
You
it
can
is a
link it to me
little
in
bit
game if you
difficult
want.
because you get this catch-22 situation. I think we had it a bit with T17 maps,
I'm sure it's
where
fine though.
T17 maps were so much more rewarding than like regular maps, but they were also so much more difficult, and especially the modifiers they had on them potentially bricked a lot of builds from even
Yeah.
doing them in the first place. So yeah, there's a fine line to walk between like
One of
making
these two.
something too difficult and also
Don't take
being
this
too
one.
rewarding at the same time. That it feels like if you're not playing,
This is good
I guess
damage.
it's
I'd
one of
probably
those
take
things that
this.
would also indirectly like nerf build diversity as well.
Yeah.
If everyone feels like to do this one in-game strategy, they have to be playing a small subset of builds that can even do them.
So could the solution there maybe
You're
be
welcome.
like 4 or 5 different ones that are obviously scalable with different builds and overcomable by different builds, instead of it just being one thing that you kind of have to do?
that is a good way to approach it. It's obviously much harder because you have to make those things distinct in not only rewards but also in mechanics, like distinct enough that you could say this build is better at X mechanic and that build is better at Y mechanic. And then you also have to keep them in parity in terms of
I don't
rough
really
amount
understand
of
what you're talking
rewards,
about
because
right
if
now.
one is 20, 30, 40% more rewarding than another, then you haven't
Well,
really solved the problem, right?
Well, that almost solves itself with the fact that you are doing, like, it depends what the reward is, right? You've already solved that
Mhm.
problem a little bit with dehomogenizing the game, right? Like, if
Well,
ultimatum
yeah.
at an endgame strategy is only shooting out loads of catalysts and loads of that type of pull loot, then that's not so much of an issue, as opposed to the leagues where we got everything from everywhere.
That's one of the benefits
Yeah.
of giving everything its own special reward. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I had a thing and it fell out of my head.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I think it's generally easier to do with things that are like out of map content. like for example, Pinnacle bosses and like Valdo maps, which aren't really affected by any of your in-map juice and delve. All of those things usually require you to like make a specific build if you want to farm them quite early on in a league. But to have multiple different builds for a normal map juicing strategy, I think that would be a bit harder to design. But it would be worth like figuring out if we can put something together.
They're saying they want to make
Another thing that went away, and this is particularly
strats
something
that are
for
only
the
good with one
software
build.
players, is synthesis implicits was a big source of
Understand.
mirror items and a big chase for a lot of people. And personally, I was a little bit surprised to see these not move to synthesis maps, because the synthesis maps themselves, I don't really feel like they necessarily have a cemented place in the game right now. Like, I don't feel excited to farm them. Is that something you'd ever bring back synthesis implicits and give them to synthesis maps?
I think it was more the fact that we didn't really like the itemization of synthesis implicits in its current form. Like, if we were to do something with synthesis, it would probably be like a synthesis 2 league where we bring back the synthesizer and we make a whole cool item system out of that. But at the moment, the current synthesis maps, they sort of fall under the category of like all of the unique maps in the game feeling like very old, dated content, and we just need to rework them entirely at some point.
The solution is delete synthesis
a more
maps.
distinct place within the game.
That's what they're gonna do.
Okay. Alright. Well, I can see that. I can see that. The unique maps are a little bit dated. I was just hoping. I loved being able to, you know. It was a pretty big part of Ritual, which we talked
Nice,
about
we can just
Ritual a
run
little
this.
bit
I haven't
too,
done a
like, obviously finding
single
power charge rings and endurance charge rings,
heist, and I can run
etc.
the
'Cause
final boss of
now we
heist.
only have
I
the
wasn't sure if you'd be able to
corruption,
do
which
that.
is not something you can mirror.
Yeah, I think the chase is still there for like finding now double corrupted uniques from like sources of corrupted items. But yeah, we understood going into this change that it does like very much change the mirror market for people who care about those things.
That's not a
But
bad thing, I don't think. That's
I
fine.
guess it wasn't like a huge concern in our eyes.
See, I
It
love
does
these
also
devs.
open up that design space to be able to use it more effectively elsewhere. Like Andrew was saying, in a way, you know, the synthesizer being rather than the items just randomly dropping with XYZ implicit, having some means of engaging with the system and crafting for it. And that might not be the way we do it. You know, maybe item implicits with that level of power come back in another mechanic entirely in the future, but they would ideally come back in a way that's more interesting than just they sometimes show up with them.
Okay. Yeah.
At least in my opinion.
Yeah. Alright. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. It is something that I've liked a lot, and I was very curious with how you guys felt about mirror items and stuff like that. So for I think that's like most of the drop related questions I wanted to ask. So just like to sort of put a pin in the loot and stuff for the people that are really invested in 329. Do you think there will be any like band-aids to 329, either with the league mechanic or Abyss in particular with the monster portion? That's something people could, like, is that something you'd consider after the podcast maybe?
Well, I'm going to look into the feedback that you gave me regarding. Sorry, I was about to say Deepwater, All Flame.
Uberzuri might
Deepwater
kill
was
me
the
with the
internal name,
reflect.
so
Oh,
I'll
nice.
definitely be, you know, play testing those things, and I'll be following up on that feedback. Just making sure it actually works. I'm like 95% sure it works, but that
We'll see what
5%
happens here.
gets you. And as far as Abyss is concerned, that would be more something I'd want to discuss with Andrew and make sure that he's, you know, happy to make some changes.
Yeah, I think Abyss generally just needs, like, what we really did was we just ported the monsters one for one, but we really didn't make any more fundamental changes to Abyss as a league. So, for example, Abyss's exclusive rewards are like Stygian Vices and Abyssal Jewels, which are like, they're fine, but not every build needs to use them, and once you have a few of them, you don't really need any more. So, as like a long-term, like, consistent reward, Abyss isn't like a great league in that sense. In terms of like the monsters that are spawning, we've done a bunch of tests with QA where they like fully juice the map, they compare it to Legion, they compare it to Breach and whatever. Abyss is comparative for experience, but it is not comparative for loot in our tests. So yeah, there could be some mid-league changes
Awesome.
to like
That's
improve
interesting.
things further in that sense. But what we'd want to do long term is really just like maybe we bring back the Abyssal Monster mods and they have an interesting reward mechanic, and maybe it would be nice to differentiate the combat between like all these different leagues as well. So instead of Abyss being, like you said, it could be more about choosing singular rare monsters and those rare monsters being very powerful, whereas Breach is more of your swarmy million monsters on a screen mechanic.
Because what I'd really like to do is lean into the cool, unique thing that Abyss does, where it like sort of half copies monsters that it touches. You know, like I was saying on live, I was playing around with using the Divinity Scarabs that force Pantheon monsters next to Abysses in order to get double Pantheon monsters, and like that was cool in theory, but the Pantheon monsters were just not really rewarding enough to be worth the effort and to be worth the danger.
Yeah.
Which was
Right, it
evidenced
is.
by the fact
It's
that they
gonna kill
eventually
me
killed
now.
me.
I'm hitting the mirror.
Yeah.
Skill issue.
Nope.
But oh god, people are going to clip me saying skill issue out of context now. But
See it clear.
but me, I'm the one with the skill issue there. To be clear, but I would want to lean into that. You know, I'd want to be like with the Abyss monster mods. You maybe make it so that Abyssal monster mods are super rewarding when they appear, and they just have a chance to convert a monster mod on the rare that gets eaten into an Abyss one. And then when you see a rare Abyss monster with a few Abyss monster mods, you know that it's going to explode into loot when it dies. And like that is the direction I would want to go, rather than just like. Because that, like Andrew says, makes the combat feel different to other mechanics.
Yeah.
It makes
Like-
what you care about different, and that gives it. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but
you're
that
good.
gives
Keep
it the like advantage of being able to, if it has a specific way that it functions, then you can leverage that with other mechanics, like with the Divinity Scarab. And there's probably other things I haven't thought of. Like the fact that Abyss essentially recreates rare monster mods is very cool when you have the scarab that doubles the number of rare monsters in a given pack. It's, if you have anything that interacts with rare monsters, suddenly you care about Abyss more.
100%. Like I know there's been people that have been doing it with
on.
all flame and stuff. So, like, yeah, just to sum up there. I think like from a player point of view, I think a lot of people would feel like it was saved loot wise if we just like get a band-aid to like 329 Abyss, dropping more like stuff, like more exposures from the actual kills, and same with the league mechanic and the altars and the lanterns. That's like as a player, that would be like my biggest hopes for 329, and then they would be pretty good. Cool. Awesome. I have questions other than loot. Obviously, it was a very big topic. That is just had to get that over with. That was the main things I wanted to talk about there. One thing that I
We'll
really
fight
loved is probably my
some of
favorite
these.
change in the game, and that's Bloodlines. I'm a huge fan. It solves a lot of issues if an ascendancy ever has the point where for a build it only has 3 nodes that really function, right? Chieftain sometimes has that, where it only has 3. Are we going to keep seeing this trend of new ones added regularly? And would you ever allow, for some reason, of being able to do multiple bloodlines on one character?
I would personally prefer not to allow multiple bloodlines, just because it raises the ceiling of character complexity even further, and I don't see it as being necessary yet. But I guess never say never. Give us a few more years with a bunch more bloodlines, and maybe that will end up being something we consider more thoroughly.
Yeah, the other thing with that is I sort of feel like your core ascendancy should still matter to you. So if you all of a sudden could take multiple bloodlines, then theoretically I could be an occultist without taking a single node in the occultist, which sort
Oh,
of
you only need 4.
doesn't feel right. I'm not 100% against multiple
What?
bloodlines, but
I've killed the
it
regular
just
shaper.
feels like it interacts a bit strangely with your core ascendancy class, potentially.
That makes no
And
sense.
in answer to the original, the first half of the question, like, yeah, I want to keep adding bloodlines.
I
They're
used to kill
fun.
regular Uber
They're really good.
boys.
I like them a lot.
Yeah, I guess they'd be typically associated with specific league bosses.
Yep.
So for any if a new league has a in-game boss, then we'll probably add a bloodline for it.
And I mean, on that front, that is something that we want to eventually kind of do for every like major league mechanic. And when I say major, I mean like strong boxes are a league mechanic technically, but they're not exactly a major league mechanic in the same way that something like Blight is. So eventually we would want to get a proper pinnacle endgame boss for like Blight, and for maybe something on the border might be like Mercenaries. You could see that as a major mechanic or not, depending on your point of view. But you know, basically what I'm saying is we want to add a lot more League Pinnacle bosses, and those would all probably come with Bloodlines.
Cool. I love them. So keep them coming. It's such a good idea. Hopefully that's something I would love to see in PoE 2 as well at some point. It's just very, very cool. Next up, Mirage was the previous thing, and that was my favorite league of all time. Good job. Really, really liked it. Is Mirage something you would like to bring back, maybe in a similar state to Affliction? It's basically the random hole in the ground right now. I get that it might be too powerful to have Atlas trees, maybe, but have you talked a lot about bringing it back outside of just the stuff that's kind of core already?
I can't speak to specifics because I made the issues this morning, but it's going to be in 3.30.
Oh shit! That's so sick. I love that.
I don't know exactly what form it will take yet, though. I need to speak with you know, the programmer who is the lead on the mechanic, and I need to talk to Andrew about design specifics. And there's a lot of questions to be answered, but it will be in the game.
Belt?
There are a lot of questions to be answered. No, I mean, I talked to you about that yesterday, and you were fine with it, right?
Yeah, the belt's staying.
I love the belt. It's the best thing ever.
Andrew's more fine with it than me. I'm the one who made it.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm
not saying that the boss will be as easy to access as it was in Mirage League. So getting a good belt surely won't be
even
as
the ones
easy, but it will exist. Yeah.
Like the belt and Ring of Tsotha and it that was taken from us. These are all like my favorite items of all time. Please get that back somehow. Just sneak it in there. Nobody will know. It'll be our secret. I love these, dude. Like they're just such a unique way of adding power, as opposed to like coins. I get it, but they're just raw power creep. These are like different power creep.
Well, they at least compete with Mage Blood and Headhunter. So.
Yeah, that's true.
You have a lot of power budget in the belt slot.
And the Affliction belt.
To be clear, like I kind of like the belt existing, but I felt biased because I designed it, and I didn't want to just like unilaterally say, "Yeah, we're doing it." But I mean, if Andrew's on board, sure.
If Andrew's on board, also, yeah. Just now, we just need it that was taken from us to be it that was given back.
If you watch the video, you will know my answer to that.
So, a big favorite of mine is endgame chase things to do, and obviously we had the memory bosses are the most recent thing out of the game. Any more plans for new Ubers?
Well, all we can really say to that is 3.30 will be a lot of in-game changes. So the in-game changes won't just be concentrated within maps, they'll probably be concentrated to all the content outside of maps, such as bosses.
Cool. Uber's confirmed for 3.30. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool though. I had a nice little like random question with for each of you. What's like one thing you feel PoE 1 gets really right now?
Probably build diversity, I would say, is in a pretty good space. And when I say that, I mean like the number of different weird, unique, crazy things that you can do with a character. I mean, it's essentially limitless, right? I'm not saying necessarily that every weird, crazy thing that you can do is going to be an S-tier build. There's always going to be some number of builds that are in the top percent that are considered S-tier. But I would say that the number of like B+ to A-tier builds that exist is incredibly high, and that is what keeps me coming back. Every time I die on a character, I get to come up with a new one, and that's the most fun process for me.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a league-specific thing, but I just really like Ghost Flame crafting, and
it's so good.
I just like how it.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, I just like how it interacts with like all the core currency in a cool way, and it interacts with all the other crafting systems in the game, like memory strands and recombination and fossils and whatever else. So, I think.
I don't know if we can actually do this. I'm gonna try Uber Cyrus.
Like,
it's the hardest
like
fight
crazy
for us.
Complex at the end game, but for me, I just like it's a puzzle to solve.
The fragments
I'm like, this is the item
though.
I want. How do I make it? Here's the 20 systems that I can use to do it. And
this is extremely hard.
That's just like
there's no guarantee we do this.
Honestly, this league I've crafted more than I've played the actual game. And
also didn't even influence.
I cannot get enough Ghost Juice. Like it is so good. I love it. And as somebody like there's obviously been a lot of crafting mechanics. My probably personal least favorite was Graveyard. This is like so good. Really good job.
Oh, this isn't the right one.
I did want to ask one thing actually kind of related to Ghost Flame crafting. And I really do like that like pick mechanic, that best of roguelike mechanic. Do you think that's something that could maybe fit into Legion? Because Legion right now, I really like the jackpotty nature of it, but it feels almost nay impossible to get something there. And I think like a even randomized. So when I pick, like, let's say I put in a lightning coil, right? And then
Yeah,
maybe
these
even
are
that's RNG,
literally
that it's
free.
like, no, you only get one, or you get two, or you get three.
So you mean vestigial uniques, right? Because originally I
Yes.
was thinking, how does pick one of X apply to Legion combat?
No,
And that
just
confused me a
the
little bit.
vestigial uniques, the reward at the end.
Um, is the change to that going to be in 329 too?
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Well, I resolved the issue this morning. It's in the version, so it should be there. It's not actually pick 3, but what you can do is you can charge the unique multiple times, and every time you overcharge it, it increases your chance for rarer unique items. So if you put a
Interesting.
common unique in, then you'll probably charge it 3 times because it requires so few kills. So that common implicit will probably give you a higher chance of getting like a stasis prison or a lightning coil or something like that.
Ah.
So yeah, there's a change coming this week. Not
Yeah.
to say that we won't review it and
Thursday patch.
reevaluate it in 3:30, but we'll see how that goes.
You can effectively choose to double down.
Why did
triple down.
emblem prices just triple? She.
Well,
That's very
to
cool.
be fair, this sort of means you need fewer emblems because now you're cooking your item for longer than you were before.
Yeah.
Assuming you have a build that can, decimate the
Yeah.
domain of timeless conflict well enough.
That's a very, very cool change. I like that a lot. Okay, cool. That kind of answers that. Anomalies are new this league, and there's a lot of cool ones. Is that something you want to add on to and keep adding to? And if so, are you worried ever that there would be too many and that you end up making like blocking sort of like
gonna
like
kill my
you don't
friggin'
run
dude.
the ones you don't care about to like not get those?
Well, just to confirm, blocking shouldn't
Right.
really exist because all of the chances. So, say a certain quadrant can have, say, 3 anomalies, right? If one of them spawns, all of the chances for them to spawn are independent. So you could get lucky and kill the map boss, and all 3 spawn at the same time. Now, they do. If you have a Parandus anomaly on your atlas, then another Parandus anomaly can't spawn. But
This
any
is
other
interesting right
anomaly
now, what we're
within that
listening to.
quadrant can still spawn. So there's not really a blocking situation.
So
So it
run your
doesn't actually
anomalies as
matter
soon
how
as you
many
can if
anomalies
it's a
we
good
add to
one.
each quadrant.
So
But
you're
one thing
blocking
that
from
we
getting another
do
one,
want
which
is
is obvious.
to make sure every quadrant has the same amount of anomalies, and I think one of them only has 2 currently.
Yeah.
So I would like to add one more, hopefully.
Oh my god,
mid-league.
I fucking jumped
That
in
was
the
my
middle.
sneaky way of trying to ask if blocking worked. So I'm glad we got clarification on that because I
The
suspected
other
it
mechanical
didn't.
thing, the other mechanical thing that I wanted to clarify for people, actually Andrew might correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think
I haven't
there's a base
edited
chance
it
for an
yet,
anomaly to appear on
so
completing a map, and then that base
probably
chance is
tomorrow morning.
scaled by the
I'll probably
quantity of the map that you completed.
edit it
right?
tonight and
Uh,
then it'll go live in the morning.
It's a percentage of the quantity of the map.
Yeah.
But yeah, so,
So
if
if-
you're running white maps, you're doing it wrong.
But it's
If you're
basically,
doing
it's just
actual
going to be
juiced maps, your chance of getting an anomaly to appear is significantly higher.
an edited
Admittedly, you might complete
highlight
those
clip
maps
of
slower, so
last
there is
stream,
still
so
some mathematics to do there, right?
you
Depending
can
on
still
your
see the
particular build and
craft
speed.
if you just watch the
But
last
the
30
map
minutes of
item
last
quantity
stream.
stat on a map does
You don't wanna
matter
wait.
for the chances of getting an anomaly from completing that map.
Okay. Well, that's neat. I didn't know that. Let's see. Oh, for vestigial uniques, will we ever see the belt slot like Mega Blood or Mega Hunter Head Blood?
If we saw something like that, I don't think it would be in the vestigial unique
Die,
system
come
because
on,
we would
die,
want to
die,
use that
die.
design space somewhere else in order to have another mechanic
Damn,
also
we're
have a chase
strong.
thing.
That was
It wouldn't
easy.
necessarily, to be clear, it wouldn't be like one-to-one
even is
copy
this?
how
Is this
vestigial
new? I've
uniques
never
work,
seen this
but
before.
paint
Yeah.
it yellow and then put it in some other mechanic.
I'm just thinking of like, I think if you notice in the domain of timeless conflict, there's like a sneaky monster hiding in the crystal, which is
Yeah.
sort of foreshadowing
What
that
is that?
maybe at some point we want to have a
55.
pinnacle boss for Legion. Not saying it's going to happen
Ah.
anytime soon, but now I'm just thinking it's like, what could that boss drop? Maybe it is
Mm.
dropping
Whoa, this
like
is really good defensive.
vestigial items that are not only armors or.
Dangerous.
So weird.
Okay,
Right.
cool. That's love. I mean, I love more bosses and stuff. That's my favorite thing about the game.
Should I just
Um,
keep this?
every class in the game now has 3 ascendancies. Scion
so they get
finally
subs,
got her
Alex.
3rd ascendancy. Are we ever going to see 4 ascendancies for a class?
Unlikely anytime soon. I don't really like saying never about things because
Moment of
you asked me a few years ago, I
reverence.
would have said we'd never get rid of socket. Well, we didn't fully get rid of socket colors, but you know what I mean. We never make the socket color change that we made this league. So like,
Mhm.
it's not impossible, but it's not something that
This
we
is
would do anytime soon.
expensive,
I
this
don't think.
fight we're
Yeah,
about to do.
and I guess we could explore different design spaces regarding ascendancies anyway. Like in the last few years, we've done Frisian ascendancies and Bloodline ascendancies. So I think, in terms of, I wouldn't say that the core ascendancies would really see much changes, but never say never.
Okay, cool. Another thing that I found really fascinating, light radius has traditionally been a dead stat for the majority of the game, outside of like weird niche uses like Wakaria Tuaha, where it scales quantity. And I really like that. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit like, do you feel like dead stats have a place, or would you rather that anything or everything was useful in some way? Like now light radius is super useful for the Scion.
I like how light radius is useful now.
Um,
That's interesting.
it's not a topic that I've discussed with Andrew actually, so he might violently disagree with me.
This can drop a
Attack.
100 divine
But
item if we get lucky.
But I personally also kind of like that. I like when there's like a niche use for a particular stat. So it is something that I'd be happy to do more of in the future.
Yeah. One thing don't really like
fact, it's one that we
regarding
could use on our
the
character,
current way you build a light
Astral,
radius
and
stacking luminary is that you're a bit too reliant on unique items. Like most of the large sources of light radius come from like specific unique amulets and helmets and weapons. So what I'd probably consider would be more interesting is we buff all the light radius on rare items and nerf those few specific uniques so that these
Right.
builds do care about like rare item itemization more than they currently do.
You'd want to do that in a way where you don't add like new light radius modifiers though, because that dilutes the pool. For
Oh
people
yeah, that would
Yeah.
just be buffing the
Yeah.
pre-existing
Oh,
ones.
okay, cool.
on-
I was about
I
to
don't actually know
say,
how to
like,
do
I
this
can
fight.
hear every non-luminary screaming right now. Okay,
No,
cool.
I mean, basically, you just take things that say that mods that currently say 10% light radius and make them say 30 or however many.
Well, cool. Okay, so I think the only dead stat left in the game is like thorns, right? Like 1 thorns. It's not like
what am I
Pee-wee
supposed
1
to
at
do?
least.
He's invincible.
It depends on how you define dead stat. I don't think anyone cares about 5 life regen either, right?
Where's the
No, but at
but
the high
life regen
tier,
has
that
a
goes
stat
very
value.
high.
Sure, at the higher tiers, yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I'm colorblind.
I mean,
I didn't see
PoE2
myself.
has done a better job of leveraging that. Like,
Yeah.
there might be something we could do there. I wouldn't say that it's the first priority going into 3.30, with much more of a focus on the end game and on making that area of the game more fresh. But it's something that I would be happy to do eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Thorns is another one of those ones similar to Light Radius, where all of their mechanics historically have been tied to specific unique items that give either an insane amount of
Yeah, true.
the stat, like Jaws of Agony, or they're doing something weird like that one helmet, which I forget the
Pale
name
King.
is.
Crown of the Pale King.
Oh
yeah.
fuck!
I mean,
that
to be
one I
fair,
had to
that
get
is
out.
somewhat the case in PoE2, but it's gotten a bit better as things have matured there. I remember the first iterations of PoE2 Thorns builds, like Crown of the Pale King, was essentially necessary. Like, you just could not play the build without it. Yeah. Anyway, I don't mean to go down a whole rabbit hole
that's okay.
on Thorns.
So another thing I was really curious about was, how do you feel about the current state of the Recombinator, with obviously the meta
Where's the
being
blue
smashing
rose?
blue items together?
I'm literally blind. I don't see it.
I haven't been
fuck?
doing too much recombinating, so I don't really
Oh, I
have
already
any
had
strong
it.
feelings either way on it. To be fair, like I've sort of forgotten about it a little bit. Every now and again, I'll be like, I try to save an item via recombination, but other than that, I don't really use it. I understand it's very powerful for like double influenced items and that type of crafting.
Oh my god.
This is the kind
what
of
is
thing
this
where I would
shit?
say, if you currently are someone listening to this podcast and you have extremely strong
blocked that.
feelings on this, then forum
That was
posts and
lucky.
Reddit posts and make those feelings known, because this is something that I don't think is really on our radar, and specifics
Got him?
would be really useful.
Well, so
Well, how do you feel about
yeah,
it? Fizz? I'm
I
not
was
sure.
about to say, my personal largest enjoyment of the Recombinator, I actually don't necessarily, I might get torched for this. My personal biggest enjoyment of the Recombinator was like before we had really figured it out in Sentinel, before people started doing one blue, and the alteration spam, and when you could move
can use my
suppression to
Discord,
energy
yeah.
shield items, and you could move fractures across. I actually didn't like that you could have multiple fractures on one item, but I did like that, and it felt more. I guess it was just the feeling of how I interacted with fracture or with
Ignite
Recombinator
Elementalist right
in
here.
Sentinel.
It's a good
It
spot to
made me
talk about the
approach
build.
all loot differently. Like if I found an amulet
If you
that
put a
was
configured
effectively
POB,
bricked, but it had a
very
lot
good
of good
chance someone will
stats, and I
give you
found
advice.
another amulet that was effectively bricked but had a lot of good stats, I could effectively try to save that by recombinating them. And it made me like, I remember during Sentinel League, I was keeping so many more items and saving items in a completely different way. And I at least liked that part of it a lot. So if I was redesigning it, it would have an option like something like is a minimum of 4 rare stats, but it can even bring things over to suppression or armor monster and shield, like things like that. Make it a bit more random, a little bit less about just rolling tier 1, slam them
So
together
he's talking about
infinitely. Personally, not a huge fan of
turning
that.
recon
I
back
really
into
liked
old
how it
recon.
made me this redefine how I looked at loot.
Putting aside the illegal stats on an illegal basis bit, the example you gave of like finding 2 amulets, that one amulet has 2 good stats, one amulet has 2 good stats, but they're covered in junk otherwise. I assume the reason you wouldn't slam those together in a recombinator right now is just because the cost of doing so is not worth it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's more efficient to spend your recombinator resource, the thaumaturgic dust,
Yeah, I would just
on
craft something from
things
scratch.
that are much more, yeah. So like, does that imply then that we need to reassess those costs and we need to maybe make a cheaper option if the item has like 6 mods or something like that? Like, so that you're more incentivized to try to rescue items that you drop with crappy mods on them?
I'm gonna get murdered. I shouldn't have said
Yeah,
that.
I mean that is one of the shames of like the current recombinator is it feels such like an in-game tool rather than something that you'd consider using. I mean, to be fair, you only get access to it in maps now, but it's never really been, I feel, something that people just use on like random things that they find, and it's more just this like hyper in-game crafting tool
Yeah,
that
but I mean,
players use.
in part that would just be because spending the dust isn't worth it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It useful to think about. I can't really promise any specific changes because we need to know more about the specific problem.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's definitely something a lot more people should have input on anyway, regardless of anything. One thing I just want to bring up PoE 2 real quick because I want to talk about the Martyr event in PoE 2. It was obviously insanely cool.
What is that? I don't know
Do you
what
ever
that
see
is.
there ever being anything similar in PoE 1? Like, not necessarily the same thing, but like that type of feeling.
I mean, that type of thing is something I absolutely love, so I would love to. It's just a matter of, budgetary concerns to be boring. It's a matter of, I have X number of hours from X number of developers on the PoE1 project, and this is something that would be really cool to do, but is absolutely 100% optional, right? Like we have to deliver a league. We have to deliver good endgame changes. We have to deliver cool new uniques and stuff for people to play with. We don't have to deliver something on the same level as the martyring yourself. But damn, it'd be cool if we could.
I see the martyring.
Oh,
yeah.
I just love Easter eggs. So
Yeah.
whether or not it comes with hidden player power doesn't really matter to me. I just want something cool for the community to discover that they wouldn't expect.
Cool. Mercenaries, now that they're core, do you think you'd somehow let us put MTX on our mercenaries, including their skills? And
It's a good
similar
idea.
with like portals and Kingsmarch. Can we ever like MTX those?
It might be possible. I can look into whether that's a massive month-long headache or a thing that could be done in a week. Because currently there's a file that's just a big list of all the different mercenary types, and then all their gear slots, and then all the MTX that we apply to them. So it's just a big list right now, and it's static per
Time to do
mercenary
feared.
type. So maybe we could get a more dynamic system there put together that then players would be able to interact with and assign MTX to.
What about any form of personalization, like renaming the mercenaries, renaming my mappers? It's just like,
Actually, this is fine.
Steel Mage just died in a map. He died to reflect. That kind of stuff. It's a bit small and silly,
I kind of
but
personally, this is very personal, it's very subjective, but I kind of personally like that they have like their own names. That makes them feel more like a dude that I hired rather than, an object in a video game.
It's an extra axis of randomness to finding the perfect mercenary. You got to get the
perfect
optimal
name?
as well. Yeah.
But like, I'm not vehemently against it. I would want to run it by some more people. You know,
Wow.
see what Mark and Jonathan think.
I love
that sort of thing.
personalization.
What did Scissorin ask if the
Um,
names could be randomized?
Now, this is a scissoring question. Well, asking for a friend. Transfigured explosive arrow when?
It's on my list. I love doing transfigured skills. I will say, with the scope of what we want to accomplish for the endgame revamp in 3.30, it's pretty unlikely there's going to be a ton of
Oh my
transfigured
God,
skills in
this is crazy.
3.30.
Oh.
You know, so I wouldn't hold my breath for it next league specifically. But I have some designs. They've just been on the back burner while other more important things have been ongoing.
Okay. Cool. Crab totem. Big fan of the crab totem. Is it in just double checking that it's intended to have a hidden less damage modifier?
It has the same less damage modifier that the spell totem support has. Basically, they're the same support, except one of them changes your totems to be crabs. But I think the issue really is that because the support is on an item, you can't. There's no gem hover. You can't see all of
You
the
need to
specific
select it
details
like you select
about the
Penance
support.
Brand to see the Penance Brand
so,
damage. Select Ray
Yeah,
Spectre.
it is intended to have that multi to match spell totem.
What?
There is a keyword for it now, and that keyword should probably have
This fight is
more
crazy.
specific information about, you know, because yeah, it's easy on our end to say
This
it's
guy
spell
chill
totem,
out.
but shaped like a crab. But to a player who just picks up the item, that isn't necessarily intuitive.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh, I'm
A few
dead.
more quick questions at the end here. Faustus has 10 tabs. In hardcore, we think still slower, which I'm sure Octavian notices. That is maybe a little bit more painful than it is on software. Things can take a while to shift. You think there'll ever be more than 10 slots for Faustus?
I would like there to be. This is again a system that affects both games, so I can't really promise one way or the other. Yeah, that's something that I would need to discuss with Mark and Jonathan and make sure that everything is fine to change that.
Yeah, cool. In PoE 2, you can run the final lab in Trial of the Sekima and get all the ascendancies on a new character. Do you like that? And is that something we could ever see in PoE 1 without like the...
Wow,
right now
so
we have the
cooked. I got no
requirements, right?
uniques.
Like you have to be level 60, 65 to get boosted through your lab, and you do have to have the other ones done first.
I personally have nothing against it. I guess it's just like it's very much for second characters, right? Where you get someone else to like level you through the campaign, or you just intentionally just don't waste your time getting that extra power boost.
Yeah, I guess if you can level effectively, which in modern day PoE 1 you absolutely can with the right gear. And the
This
right
is another
spells
pretty
and all
hard
that,
fight because if the
attacks,
golems
whatever.
get hit by
If you can level effectively
ball,
without needing your ascendancy points, then
it's
it
gonna
allows
like
you to
hit
just
me as well.
skip a little
if
bit
they
of
stand close to me.
busy work, so to speak.
Well,
This is another one though that I would want to get Mark's input on before saying yes or no.
Yeah. I just want to bring up some quick points. Another quick point, I think this is very fast and fixable. You know the voyage menu while you're down there, looking at like the big map? That's the only menu in the game that does not close with escape. And I
What
still hit
the
escape
fuck?
every single time.
There's an issue to fix that.
Excellent. I was very curious as well, is there any news on Harbinger, like being come back, upgrading? Like a lot of people loved Harbinger still.
I don't think that's
even
coming
though I know
back.
it was a bit outdated models and stuff.
Well, we have a vague design for how we want it to work, and there are art assets underway.
Oh shit,
Interesting.
that's
So
sick.
it is in the works. I can't promise a specific release date or anything though.
That'll be a league
No, that's
in and of
awesome.
itself.
Okay, I have one final question that's just more... It's a very interesting question to me. So right now, the league mechanic gives a lot of gold, which has been... We've had like gold rotation groups and stuff like that. In leagues where we don't have good access to gold, that is very common. We'll have like a lot of gold rotation groups. Whereas right now, it's even as a solo player, possible to find gold. And I just wondered, now that the league is like, been out for a little bit, I wondered how you guys felt about a lot of gold, less gold. Personally, I'm really enjoying it right now, and I've been positively surprised how many gold sinks there is. So yeah, just curious.
I'm broadly somewhat okay with like how much gold in general players are getting.
Yeah.
I don't 100% love that it's super heavily oriented towards one mechanic. That's the source of this.
Well,
And so basically what I'm saying is going forward, I would rather go like, okay, if we're saying that players should have this amount of gold, then we should really bump up the numbers on gold in a lot of other places in the game instead of having there's a billion gold here and a few hundred gold over there.
That's really nice to hear. I'm curious, how do you feel about bosses having gold?
Can you expand on it a little bit? Sorry.
Like, let's say that all I want to do in a league is find bosses and Ubers. Could I still get gold?
Oh, as in like, should bosses be dropping multiplicatively more gold than they do currently?
Yeah.
How would you feel about that?
Not sure. I'd need to think about it more. It's just I don't know how much I'm just being like influenced based on how gold works in other games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It would be a philosophical shift where it feels like gold is like an arbitrary value you assign to each mechanic rather than just being like a natural consequence of like the amount of loot you get from random drops everywhere.
Because
Awesome.
it is correlated to that at the moment in game.
For most things, apart from like things that specifically give you a lot of gold, like the chests,
Like the
in
clam chests.
Deepwater. Yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to plant the seed there a little bit. I was curious how you guys liked the increased gold. That's pretty much. I think we're out of time. So thank you so much for taking this time. I know you guys are crazy busy, and I think everybody in the
a good
community
interview.
appreciates hearing from you guys and what you're thinking. So yeah, huge thank you for doing these. Like we really appreciate it.
Sure. Happy to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good
All
to
right.
see you again.
Yeah, good to see you guys. I'll see you at ExileCon soon. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, let's get a huge applause in
Scary.
chat from everyone in chat. Thank you guys, and we'll see you next time. All right, bye.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Uh.
That was worth listening to. So what did we learn from that? We learned that there's a patch on Thursday. I don't remember what the buff was. They were going to do some sort of buff. I'll turn my in-game sounds on now. I feel like Sis always asks the cringe questions with the farming strats, but then it turns into a good interview afterwards. I can't believe one of his questions was, why is Affliction not good enough? That was crazy. But I feel like he probably asked these stuff not because he feels that way, but this is because like this is the question the average like Twitch watcher wants to know. Is it? I don't know. Like Affliction is still really good. You're happy when you get it. Yeah, probably. Although he really asked them in a way like it really sounds like he does care himself. Maybe that's just maybe just the right way to ask these sort of questions. I wish I had full stun immunity. I feel like this fight just feels so bad even with the Brine King. I'm just constantly getting stunned. I don't even know how like I'm supposed to get stun immunity. I could get it on like Mage Blood. Like how am I supposed to get pure stun immunity? I feel like that stat's just really hard to get. Does anyone have any ideas? I'm gonna die. No, I don't. Why? Is it 10% stun immunity per tattoo? I need 10 tattoos. I'm completely full of tattoos. It's like you click this node or you don't get stun immunity. And that node's actually really good for us, and you can get it on a Aegis with the new league mechanic, but it's too hard to get that.
Hello.
But actually, I don't need that fragment. Oh, I have a lot of that fragment. 8 of this fragment. Have I done this? I don't think I've done this. Is this even high templars? Yeah, that is one.
Make it happen.
75 times 8.
I'll put the word out.
Yeah, but for bossing like this, we are pressing 3 buttons. We're pressing Flame Surge, Flammability, and Penance Brand.
Baldo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories.
That's hit dot cap for bossing. Otherwise, yeah. Just shield charge.
Repent! Baldo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? You will.
Using Omen of Fortune. Did you watch the video I put out this morning? Because that tells you how to use it. It tells you how to do all the crafts. Except the Explode body armor is going to be a standalone video for tomorrow morning.
Home of the past, I am king, and you will bow.
You just scour the item. And then chance it. You're welcome, Marcus.
This one is my own.
Yeah, it's really fun.
creation.
You can enjoy it. Or you're already playing it.
Ah, plenty more where that came from. Face
Well, what the video says is you need to have all 6 influences. Also, Juzu, there's a reason why
full of the void.
I've turned off my Ninja. I don't like people using that website. It honestly, that makes the average person just fuck up my build. So, that's my thoughts on Ninja. My thoughts on Svalin is you can definitely make a good build with Fallen, but it's going to be weaker if you just swap the shields around. Like, the advantage of this shield is every time you get blocked, you heal 1,000 energy shield. The advantage of Fallen is you can block more often, but you don't heal when you block. So, for me, this makes a lot more sense. Having this insane recovery rather than being able to block more. Like, I'm literally never gonna die to a hit. So I don't need to have this lucky block. Like, we're blocking enough. We're tanky enough that for anything that is blockable, it's not gonna kill you. So the argument for Svalin is not to be tankier. It's actually to be less tanky, but save some points because I think you save points with Svalin, right? Because your cap for block goes down. So you can't invest in as much block as we have right now. But if I thought that that was like the de facto best way to make the build, I would give you a guide on it. But again, honestly, for anyone asking questions about Poe Ninja, I'm hesitant to even give you an answer. Like, I don't care if you fuck up the build. That's what you get for using that website. So I don't even know why I'm helping you.
The Mary Lean is... I'll let you know.
You're playing Jumbling Spark? You're having a great time? Nice. You're welcome. That was a really fun build. I should be leveling some gems in my weapon swap, shouldn't I? What should we level? So I like to do just normal gems. Or actually maybe what one? No. Phase run is really high value right now. Why? Might just level a bunch of race vectors.
Godslayer.
Have you guys done your challenges yet? Complete any 2 of the nightmare maps with 150 item quant, 5 scarabs, and delirium orbs applied, and are corrupted. Well, why don't we do that? I need 5 deli orbs, is that what that's saying? Because that is insane. It just says and deli orbs. That's actually, man, that's going to be hard to do. You guys think I can do that? 5 deli orbs is really hard. Like, what? Is this gonna even be enough quant? I don't know. Well, we're gonna do the scarab tree with the scarab. Proper scarabs. This is definitely not a... Oh wait, this isn't even the right one. I needed to do a nightmare map. Oh fuck, I just 100%ed this for nothing. Now this is like an unrunnable map. A 100% is insane. Like 80% is a lot easier than 100. I'm surprised at how difficult this challenge is. I haven't seen. I don't know if you need to do 100. I feel like you. I feel like I'm reading it wrong. There's no way you have to do 100%, is there? Okay, what does it say? 5 scarabs and delirium ores. It doesn't say 5. Maybe 1 is okay. Dealing damage. You don't have the ignite ascendancy, maybe? Do you have all damage can ignite? If you don't have all damage can ignite, you're gonna do 0 damage. Do you just have 0 investment? Is that the issue? No, you can just tell me how much you've invested. I don't need you to link it. What is fucking killing me right now? Like, what actually was that? Yo, what's up, Dap? Dap, do you know for this challenge, do I need to have 5 deli orbs? Like, this seems like too hard. Like, I don't think 99% of people can do this if that actually means 5. I think it means 1 deli orb, right? I'm trying to do this with 5. I don't know if I can do it, and I'm dot capped right now. Like, I'm just... Why am I dying? I'm dying to fucking Fizz Reflect right now. What the fuck? I can't do Reflect. See if you're still done. No, I mean, 100% I'm not. But, like, I don't understand why that they would have a challenge this hard. I'm pretty sure it's just 20% deli. And they worded it weird. Like, there's never been a challenge this hard if this is actually correct. I do have it right now. Maybe, maybe that wasn't Reflect. I'm not sure what that was. We'll see if I can get this guy at 100 deli. Yeah, we probably have it. But man, this is a very oppressive challenge for most people. It says deli orbs. Yeah, does that mean 5? I don't know if that means 5. Like, do you know how hard 5 deli orbs is? This shit is not something... This is harder than this is way harder than Uber bosses. And normally the hardest challenges are that just doing the Uber bosses. But thankfully we have a headhunter, so... It's fine. You do think so? Yeah, whoever designed these challenges is fucked in the head. That's a crazy challenge. What? What should be my second map that we do? You only have to do 2. You don't have to do all 5. Do Abomination. Abomination has the best layout. Depending on the map mods, if the map mods aren't too bad on the boss is probably gonna be fine. I'm not gonna do Ziggurat, that's for sure.
I need more mana.
Arizo, are you still playing Marvel Rivals? Let me get out of here. What farm am I doing? That is 100% Delirious on the Scarabs Juicer one. Playing Pee-wee, nice. Oh chat, I got like a meta game. Maybe I'll end the stream on it. Have you guys heard of this? Mistfall Hunter? I've seen some of my friends stream it. I actually don't know what this is. Is this a good game? Extraction shooter, Souls-like. That might be interesting to play. I got that on release, and I didn't want to play it because I've been addicted to Pee-wee, but I feel like how many days has it been? It's not been that long. It's been like half a week. I feel like we're like getting to the point of the Pee-wee season where I don't have to just like giga grind every day. Look what I got. I got the Foulborn Headhunter today. Like I'm set. I don't feel like I need to save money anymore. I'm happy with my guy. This is what I wanted. Remember at the end of last stream, somebody asked me like, how do you craft the body armor for Explode? And I was like, you know what? Why don't we just, well, we're just gonna craft the second one. I sold my first one for friggin' 200 divs. It did not cost even remotely that much. So, that was pretty cool. That was enough to get the Headhunter. Let's, which one of these is better? Triple Curse with all of this crit? Or... Ooh, Monster AoE on Abomination is kind of fucked. I don't know what half the characters in Marvel Rivals even do anymore. We should play that with Dap sometime. Dap plays Marvel Rivals. When the season's dead. Abomination is here. Oh, I need to corrupt it. Shit. I would have been pissed if I ran that without corrupting it. Well, that's good. Well, honestly, it's hard to get me and Dap to play games that aren't PoE. We technically play Rivals, but like not really.
I need more mana.
I feel like League and Dota and Deadlock are games that you log on to punish yourself. It's like self-flagellation. Your subconscious hates you and it's telling you to log on to make you miserable. I'm not like joking when I say it. Like I legit think that's what those games are designed for. And that's why they're so popular. There's tons of gamers that just hate themselves. I'll watch people and they'll be like, I'm not toxic. I'm actually I'm positive in this game. Everyone is toxic in that game. It's impossible not to be toxic in that game. I am toxic in that game. This map is cooked, by the way. Oh my god. I haven't been toxic while playing Deadlock, but that's only because I don't understand what's happening in that game. And actually, from another person's perspective, I probably am toxic because I'm like doing the wrong stuff. But at least I'm not like typing toxic stuff. Yeah, I don't know how I'm possibly gonna do this map. I'm just getting like one-shot crit by everything. Actually, I do know how. There's a ring I can put on. Next death, I'm gonna put that ring on. We just dropped it, actually. We dropped it from Uber Cyrus, I think. Or maybe regular Cyrus, I don't remember. There's a ring that is called... I don't remember. It's like Xana's Memory or something, and it gives you crit immunity. That's actually pretty good tech for just throwing on for a T17 map, I guess, right? I didn't even think... I looked at it and I'm like, this is a pretty good ring. But it's literally something you throw on to just do one impossible map and then take it off again, I think. What's the map I'm running? It's called Abomination, and it's, you can see what it is. It's 100% delirious with like a whole bunch of curses, and I'm not actually curse immune. It's also like a lot of, it's like every hit crits me, and I don't have crit reduction either. But we can get crit reduction.
I need more mana.
Actually, speed balance terror, true. Yeah. I've actually never used that as tech, but you're right, that is a really good thing. Just throw on. I will sometimes throw in a lore weave for like the minus like 40 max res maps. But I can't do that anymore because I need the influence in my body armor. The influence on the body armor is for my amulet, so I'm just cooked when I get the minus max res now. Okay, it looks like we were able to hopefully beat this. Oh no! We did it. Alright. That was a crazy challenge. By far the hardest challenge ever in any challenge league, I think. There are some that have been hard in the sense that like you just have to do like a lot of grinding, but like in terms of actual difficulty, I'm sure this is the hardest. If I didn't misunderstand, maybe we made this harder than it had to be. I really like this.
Hello.
Like,
Farewell.
dot cap is enough damage to do basically everything in the game. And this is just cheap, it's a lot more defensive, and it's just shield charge. You don't even press Penance Brand like 90% of the time. But yeah, some people need a lot more damage than dot cap. And in that case, it would be a lot worse. Succinct summons. Oh, I haven't done any of this yet. Yeah, I don't think this is hard, but I think this is obnoxious and that it like wastes a lot of time. Hey, what's up, JG? Man, this is gonna take a long time to do this 40-40. I hate this. We could try and grind this. Invitations. The thing is, aren't these invitations? Can't I just like spam these? I don't have enough of them. What do I need to do? 5 excess modifiers. These are actually really nice to run. You can like make 100 div. We might make 100 div. 5 modifiers. You think we're gonna hit a Forbidden Flame Flush? We can also double corrupt the Polaric. Man, profit crafting for 8 hours sounds like the worst. I didn't roll a single cluster this league. I bought mine. I think they're not bad to roll though, right? Like you can at least this league you can use the league mechanic. Accuracy stacker, nice. Right.
I need more mana.
This guy's surprisingly tanky. Only this guy can kill me. I don't even know if he can damage me. Oh, nothing. So is this counting? We're at 3 right now. Oops. Yeah. I don't know if it makes any sense to ever use EK, honestly, because the Autobomb is comfier than EK, and this is going to be more boss damage. Always. This will always be more boss damage. Even when you're at dot cap, realistically speaking, any difficult boss situation, you can go over boss cap, or dot cap, right? Like, all the Ubers, all the hard content, it's like damage reduction penalties on you, so, like, I think it's just trolling. You're doing it for the love of the spell, not because it's better. Which is fine, but... Alright. Are these counting? These are counting, okay. Well, I'm just talking from the lens of Ignite. Because Ignite, you just throw in any skill you want. Obviously, non.ek is a whole different build. Where did that go? What? Oh, for sure. Yeah, like the one that DAP is playing. But that's not it, Ignite build anymore.
You must win this one for me, my champion.
Oh, you are? That build is hit based, is it not? 50% hit based? But either way, you're not using shield charge to do damage, you're using the EK to actually do damage, so... Is my build? I've 33 million dot. It's a very small hit. I don't, what is the math on this? It's like less, I don't know, it's not a lot.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today. Wouldn't you say, Exile?
You must win this one for me, my champion.
I'm 10% hit based. At one point I tried using Doriani's lesson. I don't think it's worth it with 10% hit base. It's fine. It's okay.
Orders in. Was a long journey.
You must win this one for me, my champion.
Dap, did you drop a Mage Blood from a Merc? I was sort of like lurking in your stream earlier today.
The dog is in the hen house.
That's crazy.
As a commoner might say.
For all of those, did you see it on the Merc before it dropped on the ground? Or were you just like spamming and it just like fell and then you checked? I guess you probably saw it on the Merc, right? Only the Headhunter you saw on the Merc, the others were like surprises? Oh, that's funny. But when you clipped it, they were, like it was equipped on the guy, right? Or no? I have not seen the Flicker build, no. Oh, I see.
There's a fair breeze
Oh, so it wasn't on the one you interacted with.
today. Wouldn't you say, Exile?
I think tomorrow I'm gonna do your strat.
You must win this one for me, my champion.
So do you just get like Tormented Spirits and Rogue Exiles on the Atlas tree, or is there some... I should just check. You have it on Wealthy Exile, right? The tree. Did they say anything in the dev talk? Does anyone remember what the patch on Thursday is going to have? They're doing a patch with a buff on Thursday. I don't remember what the buff was, though. Seek Ibis tree, okay.
Hello.
Oh, they're doing something with Legion on Thursday. Oh, should use a corrupted +2 frenzy charge. Very nice. Chaos Res on the Calandra's touch ring. Wait, I didn't realize you could corrupt those. You can corrupt Calandra's touches to get an implicit. That's OP.
I need more mana.
Oh, okay.
hen house, as a commoner might say.
How come when you Calandros touch an unset ring, you don't get the socket? If someone gets scammed, they can just list it and scam somebody else right back. Just pass the buck forward. Have you guys ever done that? You bought something and then it's like, oh shit, this is bugged, it doesn't work. So you just list it for the price you paid and immediately sell it to someone else. That's what I do when I buy something that's doesn't work. Man, how rare are these Forbidden Flame flushes?
The dog is in the hen house.
You're getting bored? You can run in and out of white maps and kill Rogue Exiles and Mercs. That is a strat. I'm not going to sell any of these invitations until I finish this challenge. Or maybe I could just bulk buy these, honestly. Maybe that is the answer.
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
I mean, map modifiers are specific rares. You could read what the modifiers on the hard rares are. It'll probably be like fire resistant, I don't know.
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
Oops. It's interesting how this like auto sockets in after you're in your last map. It knows you're gonna run a second one. I don't know if there's an ignite immune mod. Maybe. This thing is annoying to price check. I'm not even gonna try and price check this.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling. Annihilation.
That shit heals me when he hits me. I hate when the golems get hit, it just like explodes onto you as well. So stupid. I have not talked to Scrimps lately, no. I know he's working at a car dealership now. I think he's busy with IRL. Hopefully he's doing okay. Those sales jobs can be really high stress, can't they?
You've got affairs you might want to.
I don't really want to run these maps, honestly. I hate I hate steering Exarch specifically on Elementalists.
There's a fair breeze on the wind today. Wouldn't you say, Exile?
We'll run them though.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
It's really easy to die to the ball phase on this class in particular.
That may be, but I am not alone. No! I want the atlas!
Orders in. 'Twas a...
You got him? I got him.
The others arrived to challenge me for this realm.
There's a fair breeze
Are you on Elementalist, Brett?
today.
The reason it's so bad is because the AoE of the explode when it hits something is really big, that it hits like everything else. So even if you don't get hit, you're gonna get hit.
Defiance ends here, hatchling.
Yeah, Eater is a lot easier. For us, definitely, as well.
You do not have the strength, hatchling.
That may be, but
See, I'm not even getting hit, but
How pathetic.
Orders in. 'Twas a long...
it's a very unfair fight.
Defiance of a thousand suns.
I hate when that happens.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You've got affairs you might
Like, I
want
need to run away from my golems and also run away from the balls. It's just, it's too much. And now I have to fight this guy a third time. I'm not gonna run the other two. This is actually just not worth it. It's just a waste of time. See, I did not get hit there. I almost died though. Again,
You've got affairs
getting
you
killed
might
by
want
my
to tend.
fucking minions.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation. Surprises.
You've got affairs you might want to tend. What have you got for business?
I'm gonna edit the craft I did last stream after I'm finished this stream, and then I'm gonna upload it tomorrow morning. I'll be back in a second. I gotta stretch my legs. So next up, I want to do this thing. Defeat the Tide Witch without being hit by this, or this, or this, or this. Surely we have some of them, right? Oh, we have a lot of them. Oh, you can only get her for Sandy Seabed, by the way, if you guys didn't know. Interesting.
Yeah. Hope you're ready for this.
We've been doing so much hard content lately that doing this like normal content is such a joke. Oh my god. Forgot how powerful we were. I'm on single explode as well right now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have long.
Actually, we might not even need all these tries. Maybe we'll just... We'll run the voyage after this one, then maybe we can sell the last one. Do we do melee builds? In hardcore, I do, yeah. I'm not a good enough hardcore player to do anything other than slams. Also, like, way back in the day, I used to only play melee, actually. That was like 10 years ago, though. What was the last melee build I did? I guess Viper Strike of the Mamba we did a few times, but I don't know if you'd consider that like a true melee build. It technically is. Okay.
Time to face Valka head on. Hang in there, Vesper. We're on it.
Favorite build? That was fun, wasn't it? Maybe we'll revisit one day. Put this here, actually. I feel like you should always start and end with these, because, like, you can literally only use those in those places, can't you? Actually, that's not true. It's fine to go like this. Like, I could do this. And this.
You sure you're ready to take on Valka?
Brian King's domain, what
I've
is
got a
that?
good feeling about this one.
Is damage reduction like the stat I have on my body armor? Phys damage reduction in general is a really good stat. It works for, like, bleeds, which armor doesn't. It works for extremely big hits, which armor doesn't. I wouldn't really think too much about POB, but just understand that in those situations you need it. And then we also have stuff like Flesh and Stone, which is just a global reduction, so that's also reducing these things. It's not, we're not only relying on that one stat, but that stat is going to feel really good, yeah. Is this where I need to go? No, right here, right at the start is the fight. Okay, so basically we need to just not get hit by anything. Probably can't do it perfectly the first try, but I'll try and avoid some things.
I need more mana.
You loimy whelp! The old flame is ours! I'll tear it from your hide! Bolting leap! Drown in it! Fear the storm!
Oh my god, did I get hit? I got fucking hit.
This belongs to the brine room. Run for your life if you know what's good for you! Snap! Lightning flash! Crazy!
Oh, we did it. We did it. Did I? I didn't do all of them though, did I? Oh my god. What was it called? I got hit by an anchor. But actually, it's okay. I didn't need to do every single one. I don't even know what the anchor was. But I got hit by did not look like an anchor. Wait, if there's one of these things, maybe there's another one. God, is that not satisfying? One tap, explode. I'm actually not using the obliteration right now. Surprisingly good without it. Thank you for the subs, Inferno Rain. Appreciate you. Yes, please do. Let me see it. Chat, what do you think Dap's gonna link us? This is a Herald of the Hive. It's gonna be double corrupted with like bleed immunity, and it's gonna have what's the next best thing? I don't know. What? It's power charge? That's even crazier. That's disgusting. Did you make that yourself or did you buy it? I forgot that was a ring mod. Dang. Yeah, +1 power charge. And also it's 16 all res. It's both. You didn't make it yourself. Can't wait for the chest crafting video. So, yeah. The chest crafting video is going to be tomorrow morning. And it's gonna be it's gonna be like the live footage of me doing it. But I'm gonna like obviously like cut it down so it's like you're not just like watching a stream. It's gonna be like a 5-minute clip of it. I crafted it twice actually. I'm gonna use the second time because the second time I was actually like narrating what was happening as I did it. So it makes it easier to understand. And also, there are, since this is such a big craft, there's obviously going to be like different ways to approach it. In fact, both times I crafted, because I crafted it twice, I did different methods. So the second time I tried to do the most straightforward method, but I guess something to keep in mind is just understand there are multiple ways to do it, and you don't have to just like religiously follow my way. Like if something makes sense to you in your particular craft, very well you could be approach it slightly differently. Like for example, we do use Beast Hinakore's locks, so you could get isolated explode, and then that would mean you could like test out a whole bunch of other stuff on it, but you can't really do it the other way around, because if you're trying to test something on the lock, it will only work if it has like 2 different elevated mods on it, and that's actually just not feasible with explode. Like But yeah, I'm just gonna give the most straightforward way to do it in the video. The first time we did it, we spent like over 2 hours crafting it, and I did do it in a more convoluted way. That's just not, like, that's not something I really want to be teaching. It's just not practical. Am I done? Did I just finish this? I think we just finished. Cold swap. My videos are in chronological order on my channel. So I believe the first update is called Best Comet video, and that might be the one you want to look at. But you could just scroll back on the channel to see. You're welcome. Red Nightmare is expensive. Okay, if you actually just watch the video, I literally say in the video alternatives to get block. I don't want to keep repeating myself.
Yeah, it's all right then.
A few examples are you can get attack block on your body armor implicit. You can also craft attack block on a body armor prefix. There are options for you here. Alright, well, we actually did the hard thing down there, so now I just have to complete voyages, is that it? Do a bunch of voyages?
Say it plain. Yeah. Hang in there, Vesper. We're on it.
You really should watch the videos. You know what? Even those videos, I clip out silence, so like, it should be easily consumable. It's ooh, random divine. Watch them before bed. Huge. They're pretty fun to make as well. If they don't nerf Herald of the Hive next league, I feel like there's a 50-50 shot this ring gets nerfed. It's too good, honestly. Need to have a backup build if this gets nerfed. Do Hinakora's the elevation? You don't need to elevate, by the way. Explode tier 1 is very good. I wouldn't waste money on the elevation unless you just have it. I was using actually a tier 2 explode for the longest time. What I ended up doing was I honestly just bought a T0 explode for 25 div. Because I wanted to like do the craft in like 10 minutes on stream. So no, you wouldn't Hinakora's lock the elevation because you can just buy it for pretty cheap. Yeah, Dap, I think it's cope to think this isn't gonna get nerfed. It's like 100% getting nerfed. Enjoy it this league while it lasts. But Dap, if it's just an elementalist nerf without the ring nerf, this thing gives you ignite on any character. But this, it's I guess it's the bringer of it. Like, are they gonna nerf this though? I don't know. The easiest solution is nerf the ring. Much more OP. And why is that? Why does Elementalist not care about mana nerfs? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're doing almost nothing for mana. I am grabbing Tireless, but these are good nodes anyways. EV Mom, or you need to use that new, like 60 div jewel. New Timeless jewel. Yeah.
I need more mana.
It's 120 div now? Oh my god. That's crazy. How do I get out of this place? It's over here. Did this red ring around my character right now? I don't even know. Oh, it's gone now. Is that a headhunter mod?
We'll be saving the bride after all said and done. Say it plain. Maybe this'll be the one. Can't wait to see what you find.
doesn't have PDR. True. Yeah, there's no rush to swap over to elevated. Are you gonna do a regular explode chest, or are you gonna just stick with the current chest and do a double influenced obliteration? No Red Nightmare? Maybe after Headhunter? No target on bosses. I don't know what you're doing for bosses, but it's just, you just press Penance Brand, press Flammability, press Flame Surge. You don't need to spam anything. You probably just haven't scaled the damage up enough yet. I'm not waiting for that. Why am I not finding message in the bottle? There we go. This is my first league ever using Foulborn Headhunter. I love it so much. It makes sure you don't miss any rares, so then you're stronger, right? Because you stolen all the rare mods.
Time's running out. Here we go.
7 out of 10. Who's crafted the double influence archdemon? Nice, huge. Have you done the shield and the wand yet? Or the shield and the body armor yet?
We'll be sailing with Brynook after all said and done. Yeah?
8. I need to do 2 more. Do we have enough of these connections to do 2 more? I don't know, actually. We can always just run some singles.
When no pirate has gone.
Oh, did we get any good things? Wait, how much for the shield to buy? Hopefully around 20. Because it should cost you maybe like 25. 25? Yeah, that's good. That's a fair price. Okay. I don't think I can make a final one. We're gonna have to run some singles. Not that easy. What's up? We listened to the Zizran podcast. It's pretty good. Next league is gonna be, they're gonna redo all the mechanics, and it's gonna be like all the scarabs are gonna be different. It sounded pretty crazy for next league. And then for this league, I don't know. I'm having fun this league. We're a dot cap now. We got the dot cap video out. I'm like literally one-shotting everything. We were just doing challenges right now, I guess. We're just sort of doing random stuff. We did the Uber bosses earlier. Just blasting. Tomorrow I think we'll do an actual farm strat. I'm gonna have to decide what I want to save up for. Like, I don't even really need currency right now. That's why we're just doing random stuff. So last 2 leagues, nice. I don't think we could be playing a more satisfying build for this underwater shit. Like, I could just do this, honestly. Just shield charge around, everything dies. Get out of here in like 1 second. If I actually wanted to optimize. Pretty OP. Very good spot. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Auntie? Climbing this. Oh no, I have no space. Oh shit, this is a good drop too. What do I do now? Fuck. There we go. Oh shit, that's gonna have some good stuff in it. Maybe. Oh, that's cooked. Whatever. I'm gonna leave it behind. Wait, can I even get this capsule? Yeah, but then I have to like pull it out of that thing, and I don't want to deal with that. Looting it out of that chest is obnoxious.
We did it!
You always get 2 options?
Boy,
Chat, can you only get 2 options from that? Some crafts might only be able to give you 2 options, or you might just be getting RNG. I don't know. You got a div? Nice. Oops. Rip. Maybe.
boy.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best to make this work. No, I can already see it won't work. Alright, we need to run some charts. Some interesting shaped charts. This one will work. These corners will work. This one will work.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. So for the Gemling build,
More mana.
there are a few things you want, right? You want to have the mod that gives you freeze immunity while you have Archon, because that is just a really nice thing to have. You want to have Archon of the Storm. And what was the final node that was on the...
Time's running out.
What was the third one? It was Dominion. You need to have Dominion. So you're going to anoint Dominion. Time's running out.
Bloody good.
And then you either need to get Archon of the Storm or the other thing on the helmet anoint. So you looked for both of those. You can't get Archon of the Storm, and you also can't get the freeze immunity while in Archon. Both of those things you can't get on a Megalomaniac, because either one was fine, because the other one you're anointing your helmet with. If you can't get either one, you should get the freeze on your helmet, and then you can either spend 5 points to go to Archon of the Storm and just take off a jewel socket. That's fine. You could also consider taking off one of the supports on Spark for Arbiter's Ignition. Those are your 2 options, and they'll both work fine.
Yeah.
Because pathing to Archon of the Storm isn't so bad, but pathing to the freeze one is annoying, so that's why you anoint the freeze one. You're welcome.
Welcome back. Say it plain.
Worth it trying to Uber Shaper right now?
Say it plain. Come on.
You just have to do the math on the drops. What is the drop on Uber Shaper? I don't even know. I don't remember.
now. Oh, Snake does it again. Oi.
How's put one going? It's going pretty good.
Don't have
The
long.
characters definitely does not need more upgrades. We might still upgrade it just for fun, but it's kind of like overkill right now.
I thought you got it for sure.
You want Daft's ring?
Say it plain.
True. That's a pretty crazy ring. I guess I could make money and, you know, try and buy some really crazy double corrupts. What would we want? We'd want +1 frenzy maybe.
Say it plain. I've got a good feeling about this one.
Oh, this is kind of cooked. What do I do here? Shit. Wait, I don't know if I can... I don't know if I can do this. Okay, we made one.
Hang in there, Vesper. We're on it.
It's the last one we need to do. Oh, you forgot to essence the Elder? Oh no. Feels bad.
We don't have long.
Dang, 20 div is crazy. That's so many essences. Rip. I forgot to do that at one point this league, I think, but I only hit it like once, and I'm like, oh, what? Whoops. Oof. Yeah. What was that? Defeat monsters with an essence. Oh shit. Got a random challenge. By accident. Surely I'm running out of inventory. Okay, maybe not.
Time's running out. Deep breaths. Yes, we did it.
27 out of 40. Not bad.
Come on then.
Wait, I can't
Come on then.
cut my head out from here?
We've made a trade. Ah. Ah.
Okay, that's enough challenge grinding right now. I'm gonna try that new game, Mistfall Hunter, for a little bit. Have any of you guys played this? It came out like way too soon from the PoE1 launch to play it on release day. But I want to at least like play like a round or so. This is like, should I plug in my controller for this? I don't know. I'll try it on keyboard. Or I don't know. I think this might be a gamepad game. What's happening right now? I don't hear sound. Hold on, let's go in the settings. What's happening here? There's no settings. What? I think my sound's turned off right now. All right, we got Mercenary. Robust physical condition and combat skills. They frequently engage enemies up close. Solo battles. See, I gotta play this solo. I think this is like a team-based extraction shooter, but I don't have a team. This says don't fight with this. Shield allies, so probably shouldn't pick Sorcerer. Eliminate key threats from a distance. I might want to play this, actually. What is this? Shadow Strix? Experts in Poison. Seer. Goddess of Life. Healing. I feel like that's a party-based. Ooh, Withered Knight. Great sword to deal massive damage. Well, actually, this game is saying... This is the only one where it says, like, effective solo character. So maybe choose that. Continue. How is it not giving me the options to go into my options yet? Actually, I think I turned off the sound in here. Oh, I did. Whoops.
Let us begin
There
again.
we go.
Just how long do you plan on looking at that? You can look as much as you like later. Right now, you might want to run. The Gilden Mist is coming.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely a Xbox controller game. I might need to exit for this to work. Oops.
To the path.
Oh wait, I needed to heal anyways. I wasn't at full HP.
Here. The fate of this world has come to a halt. Now it's an apocalypse without end.
This game's called Mistfall Legends. No, Mistfall Hunter. It's a party-based
Remember how to fight?
Souls-like extraction shooter, I think. Came out a few days ago.
Have other skills.
Oh, I have a tutorial here. Press these. Left trigger's block, right trigger's melee attack.
Not bad. Now I'm
The game's called Mistfall Hunter.
Oh, and don't forget to loot corpses. Gotta fill those empty pockets somehow.
I'm gonna equip this. There you go. In the bottom right, I have special abilities. Left trigger does this. And your right trigger does jumping attack. What if I go down there?
So many souls lost. So many fates severed.
What is that? Can be used for equipment crafting.
Who's this poor fellow? Doesn't matter. Let's see what he's got on him.
Oh, I can't take it.
Those potions can help restore your condition.
Press it. Use a potion. Down arrow. Y. Okay.
That guy That looks pretty dangerous. Yeah.
Oh fuck. I don't get to fight him yet. While on the ladder, press B to jump. Nice.
Hey, where'd the big guy go?
There's a chest I missed.
I've marked the destination on your map. Open it and take a look.
The golden mist engulfs the entire area after some time. Staying within the golden mist builds up goldenization in your body. When it's full, your health will decrease. Okay, so that's to make you stop picking up every little thing, I guess. The last game I played like this was a game called Witchfire. That was a pretty good game, actually. This reminds me of it.
Down, tall guy.
Oh shit. I don't know if there's parry. There's block, but I don't think it taught me how to parry. Can't go that way. Gonna get a weapon here. This is less defense, more attack. This is better everything. Quick replace. Oh my god. I tried to block. Oh, B is dodge. What the fuck?
From the veins of
Need to
gods,
heal.
only Gildan blood can mend the world.
I tried to block that, but it didn't work. This is blocked right here. What's this guy gonna give me? Golden blood, currency. Some healing. And this is used to make your base. This is like Tarkov, you need to make your base.
See the mechanism.
Between.
You have hands. Use them.
Oh, maybe I should have went this way first. Oops. Oh shit. I'm almost full of loot. Oh, this is good. I don't have a helmet yet. Oops. What is that? I feel like I'm doing this in the wrong order. I think I missed something. Let me go back. Maybe not. But where did I come from? Like, oh, I missed this thing.
Whoa, you've really been picking everything up.
Oh
but your pack has limits. I'd suggest keeping only the valuable stuff.
Well, these things are very... Oh, that's actually valuable. Should I try it? This is 0 value. I might... That's equipped though, I think. What the fuck? Why is this worth nothing? Discard. It's okay.
Watch out!
Oh my god. Wow, he does so much damage. What the fuck? I'm gonna die. I'm stunned right now. Fuck.
Seek your remains. Return to the living world.
I can't.
Cannot wander alone for too long.
So what am I supposed to do?
Reclaim your body.
This is the tutorial, isn't it?
Can you hear me? You're lucky.
That's
Your
hard.
hunters who die to monsters get a second chance.
Okay.
A bare soul won't last long. Hurry back to your body.
Can I just like run away?
Huh. That guy's gone. Let's get out of here quick.
Okay, it's letting me leave.
Water from the spring instantly restores your physical condition. Take a sip.
Yeah, Conk Effect is fine. The downside of Conk Effect is it costs more mana, but you do get more damage. It's a decent amount of damage. I would keep it. You can even sell a Conk Effect helmet for a little bit more. So it obviously, like, people value it. After interacting with the returning chime for a period, a Hollow Grove woodling will be summoned. And it has a cooldown. Okay. When this guy appears, you can defeat him to get a soul tree. To extract.
There's the returning chime. Go give him a ring.
So I need to kill this guy to leave.
Follow the butterflies. They know where the woodlings are.
I wonder if I'd be better if I used...
That's a heartbeat. Someone is nearby in stealth.
If I use mouse and keyboard. Oh, fuck. What was that? Who is this? This is another person? There's no way. This is a... This is a tutorial, but normally it would be another person. Why can't I charge him? Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Well done. His stuff is all yours now.
The battlefield is fraught with danger. Okay, okay. You're welcome. Oh,
Now,
sometimes their
pass
items
this
just
little
break.
rogue. Don't ask questions.
Oh my god, this guy has some crazy stuff. I need to drop stuff. Oh no. I'm gonna drop the white stuff. Discard. Where did that go? What? I thought I picked that up. Now this is completely useless. Shit, I discarded something in this guy's inventory by mistake. Hips pouch. That's good enough.
Ring the bell of return near the soul tree, and Dew will hear it and bring you back. The soul tree is about to wither. Hurry up, or you'll have to start over.
Run back here and TP out. What the fuck?
Quickly, follow
Oh
those
my
butterflies
god,
while
that was
we're waiting.
wrong.
The woodling is getting away. Hurry up, or you'll have to start over.
Wonder if this game's gonna have seasons.
Death touched and whole again. Welcome back, Guild Hunter.
Yeah, it's all good, Colby. Nothing's changed. All of my strategies are still good. Nothing's changed with any of
Guide
them.
of the Guild Hunters. It was I who reshaped your fate. Your body and soul will both find sanction. In the past, accepting a new fate came at an equal. It could be anything you once held dear. But now, the fate of balance has been shattered. Do you wish to know the path you're...
Yes.
You need not be bound by your... Before you become a true guild hunter, the Gildenfall severed fate's connection between life and death. I can no longer glimpse what lies ahead for you.
Yeah, but I think
And
the
because of that, I see
stock
greater
decks are also
possibility
more
in you.
expensive, are they not?
I will walk alongside you. Go on.
I think that's just Chaos Orbs being deflated, but I could be wrong. Collection pedestal. I have nothing to put here. I have a warehouse. I haven't unlocked it. Gilden Blood. Cool. No, I can't do anything anywhere. Items placed in the warehouse will not be brought to your next adventure. Okay. Well, deposit transfer all then. Yeah. I like these games, and I like them more when they don't have seasons. I felt like Marathon, since I play these casually, like, I barely got into it, and then the next season started. Mailbox. Launch rewards. Nice. Second launch reward. Huge. Let's deposit this. This is supposed to be a multiplayer game. It's probably even more fun with friends. I'm not going to interact with that yet. I guess I have like in-game currency I can buy this with. Can I afford this? Dang. What did we just get? It said there'd be a waypoint for that. Oh, I think it's over there. I don't know if there's a button to sprint. I wish there was a button to sprint. Actually, no. I think this is to fight. This is probably to drop into you. I don't know. Is this how I... Yeah, I don't know what that does. How do I... Maybe the boat. The boat's how we go on a excursion. Is it? It's not time to depart yet. What?
My tavern's still in the works. I'm Gab. You know how it is. But it sure ain't got a lack of courage and fire. That's what good... I'll be right here.
What do I do? It could be this.
You look much more spirited. I hope if a ship wishes not to run aground, I sense that someone is...
Almighty divines.
But Kiernos, King, go to Hallowgrove and find this believer, Guild Hunter. Sokya is waiting for you. I await your...
I want my MTX. Go to Watchtower Upgrade Landmark. Oh, so I did go to the right spot. That wouldn't let me take it though. Maybe now it will. Okay, I don't think I can get this MTX until I upgrade this. God damn it. Whatever. I guess that's not happening right now.
Oh, look who it is, our king of scavengers. What a hassle. He stumbled across a poor soul while scavenging. You better get the hallowed if you die in there, all the junk you're carrying.
When ready, enter the Hollow Grove through Sokja or press up arrow. Yes, let's do that. I just started the game like 15 minutes ago. I've done the tutorial and I kind of sucked at it. This is the first actual... I think I'm PvPing right now. I'm not sure. We will find out. Yes, it's an extraction game. Complete exploration, obtain treasures, and survive combat. Alright. So, we have the gap closer attack. And we have the... That looks like it'll hit even if I'm like facing the wrong way. Oh, what is this telling me? Set marker right there. We want to get that thing. Just wait a bit. True. Yeah, this game and also the Game Freak game that came out. Are you kidding me? They both got like mixed reviews. I thought I'd try this anyways. I left the giant hammer behind because it was worth low amounts of money. Where's the pick up all? I can't do that. Now I haven't used it yet, but I do have throwing knives. I don't actually even know how to throw these. It's just why might throw it. Forever? Nice. So let's put the cursor on his head and see if we can hit him. Alright. How do I missed. Oh, I want to go back. Oh, I still have this actually. Apparently I still have the hammer. I thought I didn't. Wait, actually I kind of like this. I like that a lot more than the shield. Than the sword. If PvP is good, yo, I don't even know if I can PvP yet. I actually do have some friends that have this. Maybe I'll try it in a party later.
Oh, finally! Took you long enough. I'm Pip, and that's Twig and Nub. Oh, looks like Sokya filled you in. Now's really not the time to complain, but I have to say it anyway. We left a whole pile of good loot unclaimed, and followed that blacksmith straight into Hallow Grove and had to listen to his prayer. Thought sticking with it? Poor sap kept. We searched high and low, and all we found.
I guess this is kind of like Dark and Darker, right? That's the comparable game. Ooh, there's a dead guy here. Whoa, what? He died while he's praying. Is it? Yeah, but it's similar. Holy shit. Where's my energy? Oh, the energy bar is right above my HP bar. Whoa, unidentified. Holy shit. Purple item. How do I break this now? That looks like you could break it, but I don't have a way to break it. Some high-value chests in a zone are locked and require you to defeat. Did I get him yet? Oh shit! Is that a real person over there? Or is that an AI? Where'd he go? Wait, where'd that guy go? I'm getting owned. Holy shit. What did I just do? I'm so fucking bad. I think this is an AI. Oh no! He's dead. I didn't even have my heal on my button. Now I can heal. That was definitely an art. If that was a real person, he would have healed. Well, it might be a real person. All of his gear is identical to mine, which means he's also like a level 1 pleb. He has nothing. I don't even want to loot this shit. Wait, does it stack? Oh, this ring is good. And he almost beat me too. Okay, I'm just gonna loot everything. Can I open this now? Oh, that's an upgrade. Quick replace. Pick up. Pick up. Loot his pots? Oh, true. So I should heal more. Wait, what does this thing do? Covers energy? I don't need that. Some I already opened that one. So it looks like left special attack is always a gap closer. And I don't. Oh my god. Fuck. That move was what? That move was block on the shield, but it's like a charge on this guy. What the fuck? Oh my god. Fucking dog here too. I'm gonna do the charge attack again.
Quit standing around and ring the car.
I'm clearly not doing what the tutorial wants me to do. This is its tutorial. Oh my god. Can I change the little dot so it's bigger? I can't even see it. It's so tiny. It's like 1 pixel. There we go. That's an upgrade. Quick replace. What is this? Okay, this is annoying. What is this telling me to do? I'm here and I need to go here. I think it's like right up here. I'm gonna charge this guy. What? I need to go this way. It's right over there. Wait, I already looted this. Why is it telling me to loot again? What? I'm so confused. What am I supposed to do? This map is very big. Am I supposed to go here? Oh, really? Should I go here? I want to extract. I'm already full. No, I need to look for the extraction tree. I don't even know what that looks like. This thing, I guess. Returning chime. What does this do? Why do I want to go up here? I feel like I'm getting further away from extracting by doing this. This guy's so stupid, he can't even hear me. Oh, this is an upgrade. Hold to aim. When thrown, it attracts nearby monsters, and they ignore the player. Okay. Let's just get out of here. That was it? Oh shit. I missed. I feel like the AI is so stupid. Like, this guy's right next to me and he's not attacking me. Oh fuck! There's a guy down there too. I don't want to fight that guy though. Let's just get out of here.
Follow the butterflies all the way. Even you should be able to manage that.
What's this? Can't loot him, he fell. Where are the butterflies? Up here. Oh shit, this guy's actually fighting back. I didn't get to see my stats, I clicked through it too quickly.
You're back, Guild Hunter. I can no longer sense the echo.
Show broken bell.
I see. That his end should have been one surrounded in iron and fire. But the divine anchor has lost its vitality, and can no longer guide his soul homeward. If Kianos were still here, he too would mourn this poor soul. I will do my best to carry on the echo of this bell. Thank you for your efforts. Once you have gained more combat experience.
Your character levels up, you gain skills and talents through Dew's blessing, obtaining even greater power. Okay. Talent tree. I can choose one of these. Sword attacks from skills also grant a sword tip. Sword tip stacks from normal attacks replaced by shield pressure. 6 stacks of shield pressure, you gain a momentum. Momentum can accumulate in stacks. Shield attacks from skills also grant 2 stacks of shield pressure. When you have momentum, you can press your right and left button to consume and do shockwave strike. What? I'm just gonna choose this one. Is there a way to lock on target? I couldn't figure it out. It didn't teach me a way to do it. I should probably Google a guide. Anyways, I'm gonna make the body armor crafting video now, I think. I'm gonna raid out. That was a fun game. Back to PoE tomorrow though. I'm gonna raid Gucci. Good night, guys. Peace.